I personally, I find like I had a friend of mine. He's from South Africa, and his dad's a doctor, and so he could easily get a prescription for things. And he wasn't himself when he didn't have his medication, and he was very lazy anyway. He ended up going to Cambridge, and he you could just see his mood swings with these things, and I just to me, I would rather have a more normalized life. I'm not saying I won't again, but at this point in my life, I don't need to.
I just feel. Did you? So you went to the doctor, got diagnosed with ADHD. You didn't even feel like you had it. You just wanted the drugs.
Right.
And I feel that's why this before, but 2013 when the DSM-5 was created, which is the diagnostic statistical manual for the diagnostic of all these mental health conditions in America, that ADHD, autism couldn't co-occur with ADHD in the DSM-4 prior to until the DSM-5 in 2013. So what I'm saying is that these conditions, and then they found out so they can put people on ADHD meds.
That's precisely correct. It's a racket, man. And
I'll tell you something, though.
they've gotten, at least in the United States,
Okay. Raymond had, or like I think that most cases of autism aren't actually autism. They're just people with fine motor skills issues that can't coordinate. And you said that they can't communicate because they can't coordinate, because they can't communicate. That is autism.
yeah. I mean, again, I just think it's a situation where the doctor.
It goes for 2 hours. My assessment was 2 hours.
Well, at least but you're not physically with the doctor for 2 hours.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Rabbi.
And you remember how you have that friend or that girl who was totally normal like 7 years ago, and now she has all kinds of shit. Fuck.
That's me.
100%, dog. Welcome.
Well, the difference.
Yo, what's going on? Nolan lost YouTube. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. You always come in here.
Between me.
How are you, Nolan lost YouTube? What? Yo, are you gonna talk to me someday? Nolan lost you. Nolan lost YouTube.
I'm not believing the shit that they're telling me.
Dog. You come in here and you're like, I'm autistic, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know what that means. And you're like, neither do I. Yes, the character Raymond Babbitt in the 1988 film Rain Man is portrayed as autistic. The movie depicts him as an autistic savant, exhibiting traits such as a strong need for routine, difficulty with eye contact, and exceptional mathematical abilities. So, dog, does that answer your question about whether he was autistic?
Okay. Let me tell you something. Look up, was Rain Man diagnosed as autistic? That's the real question.
Created based on real-life individuals with savant syndrome, including Kim Peek, although Peek himself was not autistic but brain damage. The film's portrayal of autism, particularly the focus on savant skills, has been both praised and raised public awareness and criticized for
He didn't have Kim Peek didn't have autism. He had FG syndrome, a rare genetic syndrome caused by one or more recessive genes located on the X chromosome, causing physical abnormalities and developmental delays. FG syndrome was named after the first letters of the surnames of the first patient with the disease.
All right. Well, I'm just saying that the way they portray the guy in Rain Man, it's supposed to be autism or whatever. They also changed the name of it. When I was a kid, they called it idiot savant syndrome. Now they call it autistic savant. Um, I remember I had this teacher who had worked with special needs people, though none of the kids in our class were all very high functioning people. Like, I don't want to say gifted, but like we were all really hard workers and things. Um, he taught us, like when you're making fun of kids, you'd be like, oh, like, and I only say this if anybody's watching this in the future as for educational purposes, but you'd be like, oh, you idiot, or you moron. categorizations. Yeah, so it's moron, idiot, and imbecile. And he taught us don't use those because you're. But yeah, those three terms used to be like medical invitation. Or you're just gonna jerk yourself off raw.
And I think the same thing in the future might happen with like autism, maybe ADHD as well.
Nobody makes fun of people for autism though or ADHD. It's a different world. When I was a kid, like I almost feel like privileged when there was no um bully movement. After basically I was out of school in 2008, and like when I was a kid, you could call anybody whatever the fuck you wanted to call them. Nobody was going to accuse you of being a bully. But um, after that, after 2008, then everybody got soft. There was this kid, but not kind of, but not really. He was a really big kid. He was something, whatever, when we were young, and he was just big. And I didn't know him growing up like other kids did, but he would get bullied. And that's why, because he was bigger than all the other kids, but he would get bullied. And we just had this natural, like, interaction where I don't know if you fucked up that bad. We just had this natural progression where we would, uh, like, a lot of people would bully this kid, not even for any reason in particular, but it was just like everybody bullies him. We're gonna bully him too. Um, and but the thing is, we bullied like where he and I, he was sick of my shit, and I was like, all right, what I'm gonna do. We have this thing. I don't know if this is the right term of it now, but it's called Indian wrestling. It's like this way to wrestle where two people put their feet, hands, and you use momentum to like knock the other person down. You don't put people in a headlock, and you don't. It's not like that kind of wrestling. It's like there's no you don't punch the people anyway. So this guy was way bigger than I was, way bigger. Like I was maybe at the time like 5'8", and he was like 6'3", and I don't know why I agreed to this, but he was just sick of my shit. of all those guys. Even though I wasn't the shortest person in the class, I wasn't the tallest class either. So it was like, all right, I was an easy target. Go outside for reading. You pull backwards as hard as you can on somebody, and because here I was like David slaying Goliath, like this really big kid. He would look at me during class like all pissed off. Man, I fucked up there. And where am I going with this? I know. Basically, like it was a time where you had to learn how to defend yourself. At no point did anybody ever say, "Oh, oh this person has these mental issues. You're not." It just becomes each other down verbally, within reason. We weren't just. We were just. We were. Still, we still had boundaries, but to the point where what I'm trying to say is that whole bully culture was not around when I was a kid. And imbecile and uh, moron editions, and then we didn't use them anymore. That's what I was getting to. Long way to get there. Oh, Zoot. Look at this move,
I would
Zoot.
have been a moron. I would have been a moron back in the day.
No, you wouldn't have been, Zoot. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's so realistic. I don't know.
You want to be something. Like I said, with super autism, you're like, well, maybe I have that. It's just some. um, there's this show that Riser and I. There's this called "Well, It Wasn't for You," and it's like a prank show. Uh, and I forget the exact premise of he, like had people in a medical situation where diagnosed with Klein syndrome, which is really a thing, but at least when they didn't think it was a thing, it was people with Klein syndrome, and all these people differently, or something like that, because they thought they had some kind of made up disease, and it wasn't. It wasn't a real thing. Anyway, that reminds me of what you just did with super autism, where you would act differently if we just said that, oh, you have super autism. It's like, oh, yeah, I think I do.
So I'll tell you something.
Tell me.
Up until I was 11 years old, I know this, but like when I was 7 that my handwriting's really bad. I do think that is real.
Doug, or that you don't focus there, whose handwriting is very sloppy. The source of the issue is that your mother was in early childhood development, and so she was exposed to all these things, and so she was just able to say like observe them in her class and be like, oh, well, that's what my
Early childhood development.
you told me. Well, that childhood, like, she wouldn't know a lot of these terms. Like, if the parents didn't come in and say, "Oh,
My mom, my mom, you don't want, you never wind up toys like the people, like the kids that
no, I get that, but even the thing that
and
you
I don't think, I don't, why, like, binding up toys? Because their parents are letting them do it. Probably a normal thing.
yeah, I would say
What
because they're bored.
Yeah, they're bored. It's a normal thing, and the parents letting them doing it. And you go and say, "Oh, well, now my child has autism."
Dude,
Well,
Zoo, you just spanked me. Dude, look at all these extra moves you got. Yeah, no, dude, I get it.
I'd say that if you study how many, if you put 3 to 7, put grains, and then you had a group of children, like a group of 16 children.
Okay.
Put screens in front of them. That the group that doesn't have the screens in front of them, chance of being diagnosed with autism and ADHD. Then the group that does have in front of them.
Second, I'm resetting my streams. Um, what percentage of those kids do you? Yeah.
25.
Okay. I was reading comments. They died, and different on the street, or a ketamine overdose on the street. Doctors have just become glorified drug.
Part of become drug dealers.
No, the doctors are glorified drug dealers.
But they're not the dealers, the chemists are the dealers.
The who are the dealers?
The chemists.
How are they the dealers? They don't actually procure the drug to anyone.
At least in the shops they get drugs.
Oh, you mean the pharmacist? Right? Zoot. Zoot. What happened to you?
You glitched out on my screen.
I didn't glitch out.
Doesn't matter.
Dog. All right, mister. I have shitty hand-eye coordination. Are you finally going to be able to try to... I know. Are you going to try to beat me at Carom?
I have shitty hand-eye coordination.
I don't think so. You've played enough. We've played like 1,000 mini golf games against each other, and you've done fine.
I never win. I hardly ever win.
You're going to put mine in. Maybe not.
So what you're telling me is that there's no possibility that there's a condition that affects hand-eye coordination, and my brain is not wired that way.
I'm not saying that there can't be a condition. I'm saying you don't have it. You have normal hand-eye coordination.
No, I do not.
Yeah, you do. Do you have baseball in?
Yeah.
Is it played by a lot of kids?
No, cricket more.
Did you ever play baseball as a kid?
Once.
What position did you play?
Didn't play position.
What do you mean you didn't play a position?
We didn't play baseball, we played softball.
So you've never played baseball?
We played t-ball more.
Oh, so you were just a little kid?
Yeah, we played t-ball. Did you ever play t-ball?
Oh, for sure, dog.
Were you any good at it?
Believe it or not, I was a pitcher. And if you know t-ball, you don't have a pitcher, or a pitcher doesn't.
You don't have a pitcher for t-ball.
Yeah, no, I know. So I didn't know I was good at baseball until I get older. And I really tell a story, and I really appreciate what this one friend of mine did. All right, so I would go to my friend's house after school, and we would practice pitching, and he was the catcher, number one, number two, number three guy, because they were like all. And my friend was like, "Yo, coach, you should let pitch." And the coach is like, "Okay." And what I could do that the other players could not do is I could throw a strike consistently, and I became our number one pitcher. However, it was on a really bad team. So if you know anything about baseball, oh man, you could be the number one pitcher, but if you don't have any run support, you guys are basically never going to lose, never going to win. And I don't think we've won a game. I was on one really bad and one really bad soccer team. We lost a game once 21-0. We were playing an eighth grade team, and we were playing the best eighth grade team too.
Fucked up. I'm in a really bad position.
You don't have bad coordination. You're just bad at angle. I mean, you're making up an excuse for your bad play. If you had bad hand-eye coordination, you would like not be able to move the slide. The slider goes, you just don't put it in the right area. It's part of the game.
It's only
Your hand-eye coordination tested.
Yep.
How did they test it?
I was 7. So
Dog, that doesn't fucking like. Somebody could have told you when you were 6, you're gay, and you'd be sucking dudes' dicks now.
probably gonna be earning more money for this. Probably in a better position.
There you go. Zoot, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? I'm serious. This is superior hand-eye coordination. Look at this move. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. You came so close to losing. Zoot.
You mean you spend that?
Thank you.
You have to get that in?
Yeah, I did. I'm not good at that. I blame it on my hand-eye coordination.
Fuck off.
Look at this move, Zoot.
Yeah, I'm looking.
If you had shitty hand-eye coordination, you wouldn't get as far as you get in bounce.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's true. Don't fuck up, Zoot.
You know how I told you I trip over a lot?
Yeah, but I don't really believe that. But okay.
You don't?
Yeah, because you did a whole job for 2 weeks of going door to door, and you didn't fall over.
Maybe I should get my girlfriend here and tell you how many times I've thought over when we were dating. You know?
Dude, that was garbage.
Hand-eye coordination. I think Einstein had what I had.
Zoot,
He had autism.
Zoot, you want everything. You want super autism. You want everything.
Oh, super autism?
Yeah. Is that going to be a good shot? Zoot. That's a fuck up. Fucked up.
And then, yeah, we could make up a mental illness.
Syndrome. No. Zoot. Zoot, are you going to win this one? You're going to. Short. Look at this comeback, Zoot.
The only way to
Ever seen?
I'm gonna give that a 10.
Good shot. Thing. Proud of that shot? Oh, what a shot.
That's 10.
What a shot. Dude, what a shot I just had. That was one of the best water bumps I've ever seen.
Rabbi.
Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, look at this shot.
We went on a date and they
Well, whatever. Hey, that's dating her.
She's not like me because she's actually believing the shit they're telling her.
You believe it too. She also has super autism.
I don't believe it.
You're misdiagnosed. You don't have autism. You have super autism. That's short.
Do you know what I actually believe?
What do you actually?
There are different stereotypes out there that it's more profitable to just that when it doesn't. People out there that do need support needs and like out there that do.
Like super autism.
Okay, but there are different types of stereotypes that haven't been researched, but yeah, and I mean Tourette's is a neurotype I definitely have.
Yeah, you do definitely have that.
But the pharmaceutical company, the problem is a lot of these neurotypes types have no ties to pharmaceutical companies, so they'll never be researched. Double hat?
Yeah. Is that good?
I mean, there was a time that I had 3% of the supply, and that would be like, what, $20 million around.
All right, dude.
Did you say Bitcoin will be $1 million by 2030?
Yeah.
You believe?
Yeah. Easily.
I wouldn't say easily, but strong possibility.
Word, dog. Hey, I thought you had bad hair.
You can improve hand-eye coordination even if you have a hand-eye coordination deficit.
Yeah, you can. I don't think you do, though. I think you're normal.
I don't think I'm normal.
Aside from
Me in person.
I don't need to.
Same.
Patient. He was
If you
patient.
paid him enough money, if you paid him enough money, he would.
Let's see your hand-eye coordination.
Do you want to forward to them?
I have it too. Dude, 2 bullseyes in a row. Here we go. We've never had this.
Do you struggle with eye contact?
Recognize it. Its importance until I got older, but then after that, no, I'm fine with it. Dude, that's good. 9? What are you talking about? Your hand-eye coordination sucks. You just did really fucking well.
I'm only 1 point behind you.
I know.
Like, sucks that you don't get like this huge bonus for getting a bullseye, like you do in bowling. Bowling could get straight.
Zoot, that was really good. Dude, if you get a bullseye, you're tied for the lead.
Fuck. Oh no. Rabbi. I can't win. Even if I got 3 goals in a row, I can't win.
All right, we'll try.
£50 I think that's the best game I've ever seen you play.
Pretty good. It's time for.
Oh, yeah. How many goals did you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only have one. You only have 2 bad shots, really.
All right, big dog. It's darts time.
I think this is how you do it, Rabbi.
Do you know you just lost?
Yep.
Huge dick is number 1.
I haven't.
Get that 18. Get that 18, Zoot. Zoot, you just fucked up. I just fucked up. Get that 18. You just busted. Dog. I just. Did you know you had an invitation?
Not gonna win. Well, I don't think that's a good move.
I think it's.
I think I made a good move.
I don't think you did either. I think that your judgment sucks. Oh, are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? You're up, pimp.
Um,
Oh, Zoot.
oh, you just fucking a little bit.
Yeah, I did fuck you a little bit. How'd you like that, son?
I just gonna do this.
Dude, fuck you. I lost. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi do. Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. And you fuck up.
Can I?
Yoshi. All right, Zoot.
You fucked up twice. I don't know.
Word, dog.
Fuck. I'm gonna win the next game.
I think so.
You're gonna suck a dick while skydiving.
But
I think that's possible.
what's gonna happen, Zoo? Zoo, what's gonna happen, son?
I won.
Dude, do you know who Rothschild is? Jackson? Look what he almost killed. He's probably gonna get away with it.
Tyler's in prison, right?
Yeah.
For what?
I think it was harassing people in the Philippines. He was always nice to me. He gave me shout outs. aren't you looking up Roger Jackson, dog? Dude, what are you doing? Dude.
What did that mean?
It up? Dude, what are you fucking doing, dude? Are you awake? What are you doing, dude?
Pepsi. Yeah, there's some dangerous who did that. I actually, I recently had was a flavor or something. Just like, she was just fried. Sorry, Jet. Dr. Pepper Green Soda is phenomenal. But this is dude. I'm a big Pepsi believer. I think Pepsi's better than Coke. You can say that. Let's say that now. Does that Discord link actually work? Yo, Gonzo, thanks for follow. No mugs. No mugs. What? I mean, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. Coke is not unless you get it from McDonald's. And then it's bad. You guys out again? We are. Oh. So every morning, bougie. What did it Discord? Do you want to talk about what? Let's see. Sugar Ray, neon trees, and ice this weekend. Oh my god! My dad, he's also. I'm joining you, man. Oh. Where's this other mother trucker? Well, 7 wins already. Let's go. Oh, really? Blind taste testing colas on stream. Yo, that would be fun. I'd be down. Wins it. Wait, what? let's talk about technology. What? Why? What? We talk about future technology before. Is the best technology if you have.
Garbage truck.
He's actually, it just gets lost up with some dragon than any other car ever. Any American car. I think that these new ones, the 2025s and 26s, they're better than any other car ever. Any American car. Like the Corvette, it's American car that's ever been built. Really? It's 1,100 horsepower. Yeah, we're lost. I went down there because Daddy was going to spend bucks for it and get that I'm doing it. This is a fraction. This you nothing. You can go 205 miles an hour. 205 miles an hour? If you want to. 205 miles an hour? No, I would never go that. Still, it's insane. And it's beautiful. I mean, it's just a piece of art and engineering. I'm still not hard, man. Nothing? Not even a little flick? Well, I just did. But I am impressed that it goes that fast. All right, I'll take that. Now, do you have another picture? Jen. This is me with the tire.
historiographic challenges of us is defining precisely what that we mean when we talk about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other people during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That's been easily speaking about something narrowly focused like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939, it's also quite a reasonable possibility. But all of these two are overlapping and not identical. Coming to the core of the events associated with the Holocaust involve two major periods of mass activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of redemption. This is the era actual factors, as opposed to that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the ceiling of a non-aggression.
You can't stand when you touch somebody
And the Third Reich,
especially like
and that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside so morbid.
You know what I mean? Like you'll never know because of how you respond.
I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series.
But for me, it's like
Channel on the Rounding People is subject to
because
rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period.
But Eric, don't you think it's more of a thing if
With
they
the launch
just
of
if they
Operation
fuck with you, they get back
Barbarossa,
to you?
which was
Well,
the
and
Third
but
Reich
there's also
double crossing
another
of
to
the
that.
Soviet
I've had friends of mine where I
abrogated
just gotta
that
be like,
non-aggression.
dude, I'm out.
As
If you need
Hitler
that friend, you
surprised
know,
Stalin
check it
with
in
a
and follow
massive,
it up.
rapid
And like I'm
advance
your
to
fucking
Soviet
dad.
territory.
I ain't the one,
Now,
bro.
why that is
Like,
specifically
ships.
because territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union. And their intent was not to prosecute the war against the United States would march
It's
these
just me.
Jews
Like I'm
out.
not. It sounds like it, but I'm not
Dry
judging.
riverbeds
No
in
judgment
the
on
vicinity.
anybody
They would
else.
have the
I'm
Jews
just
dig
saying.
their
I
own
think it's a
graves,
sign of
and then
respect
they would
because I can't stand when people go, "Hey, I'm busy."
by firing squad.
You
This
not that
is
busy,
sometimes
bitch.
called the
That's
Holocaust
okay. Yeah, I
by
know, but you're
bullets.
not. You're right. Except for choice. Listen, it's a choice that I'm just. Nobody's that busy. That's a contract that doesn't exist. No, if you're going through like something,
Jews were
then
killed
you don't respond because things are stressful or whatever, and you write back, you know, a week later, don't write back that if it's a week later and you say, hey, you know, I was going through something, yeah, that person goes, oh, then that makes sense. Hey, that is, no, but that's not what I'm talking about. Because the other, because 90% of the time,
Holocaust by bullets, however,
doing way bigger shit than me, man. That's right. What's up, man?
psychologically a very
I was like, oh, I sent a picture of a call. I'm
that
just shooting the shit.
to
And if I go, I got drunk.
themselves. or Jewish stuff. This was discussed at a very late date. The war began in 1939. Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only people that you're circling, you're like, you circle out there, then you have a circle out here. Hey, what's up, or thank you, or whatever it's like that. And I was like, all of the Jews in Europe are terrifying. I was like, it was like, you shouldn't be terrifying documents that survived the German what are you talking about? Oh, he was like, see from this countries that included countries that had not yet been unified, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living away. I'm just saying, I think it's not a room, it is, but I liked it, so I kind of like Chris. They counted up 11 million Jews, and it's already been experimented for some time. Chris responded, man, heard what happened. Hey, I'm a friend. Chamber. Scale is up. Oh, damn, there's a like she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, that's a real one. You know what I'm saying? Or destruction camps, or I'm not talking about somebody. It's like, hey, happy birthday. You don't have to be like, these chicks death camps. Thanksgiving. If you in and around the Democrat Vermont, which still has a very large population, very different from the camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly very Hungarians of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of dying and starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of deportations all around Europe, including at the very end of the war, when it was clear that they were going to lose World War II. Places like Northern Italy, I guess I deported there to murder as many Jews as possible. Process Jews were rounded up in Paris, where many of the elections, where small numbers of Jews who were healthy enough to work in the state and rest of Jews were shorn of anything that was possibly of value on their persons. Not only were their belongings, but also
There she is.
prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. They were sent to the chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to deal with their bodies. This is very common in these camps that even the Americans that would use to doing something like that. Our lives are very different.
Yes, ma'am.
We're texting back and forth, stuff.
How did I sleep? I slept well, thank you. How did you sleep?
I slept okay. I checked on you and I saw your tummy
Oh, that happens, girl.
Let you know.
It happens. What's new in your neck of the woods?
My booty was out all last night. Like, these legs keep right off my booty when I'm trying to curl it to my lip ball. It's okay. I didn't have any socks on.
Socks are important. Absolutely.
You're a hoe, you know that.
Biggest whore on earth.
Actually, I would argue with that, but why don't you know?
I am a hoe.
You prefer the term more?
It depends. Sometimes I say I'm a giant whore. Sometimes I say I'm a hoe. Oh, I love sluts. Who doesn't love sluts? There you go. I don't understand why sex is so taboo. You're
I
good,
don't
girl.
understand.
What don't I understand?
That's a weird thing. What do you supposed to know them?
What,
You
slut?
said that I know what you don't.
I didn't follow. Can you repeat that?
She's talking shit to you.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, what'd you say?
I don't remember. I asked you if you I said
Can you speak into the microphone?
oh, good morning, Ron.
Oh, now I can hear you. There you go. What's up?
I don't know. I thought I said it out loud. And the part where I definitely said more, I forgot it. Wasn't, I think.
Where? What's on your agenda for this weekend? It's
Today? What do you mean? It's the weekend. I don't have doctor's appointments. I don't have a job. I'm gonna do nothing.
okay.
Thanks
Well,
for the reminder, Rabbi. Hopefully I can find something fun to do.
Yeah.
Like any suggestions, they would honestly help because
okay.
I don't know what else to do.
Can you go to the lake?
Oh yeah, nigga, how am I gonna get there?
You're in a car.
I should just drive myself.
Friend. Hey, dude. It's
I don't know how many times I will ask this nigga to go to the beach. It's ridiculous. I'm like, it's so hot out here. Now, not anymore. That, and I had bathing suits in the vehicle. You think I could fucking go to the beach? Oh, we'll go to the beach at least 2 times. Really, nigga. But why would I ask? You never want to take me, nigga. He hates me. He enjoys bringing me sorrow. Unless I'm on his path. That's it. He don't even want the whole package. Listen, I'm sorry, but he is not doing anything for me that he's not required to do.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. Can't you ask nicely? Hey, it's Labor Day weekend. It's like the last weekend of the summer. Is there any way that we could go to the beach?
For what? It's cold as fuck right now.
Oh, it's cold?
It is kind of cold, like, I don't know, like, maybe it's gonna get warmer. I don't know if that's true. I don't really fucking care about the fucking beach, Rabbi. Thanks for your idea.
Okay, I mean,
No, everything's right. You did great. You did great with
You-
the suggestion. That's a great suggestion. You want to know why? Because that's what I asked to do besides go to the zoo.
oh,
I'm
dude,
sorry for yelling, but you
How-
could hear me then.
what about the Lincoln Park Zoo?
That's where I wanted to go, okay? Because that's the one with the fucking zoo birds, the geese that are fucking, tagged, that want to eat everything. They're very civil.
It's free.
And they have good popcorn. And they have the petting zoo in there. So there's a petting zoo.
Okay, so why don't you go to the Lincoln Park Zoo?
Nigga, I wish I could tell you, bro. I went with our son and took pictures of the lions for him. I don't think you like lions like you say you do. First of all, nigga, and he
Calm down with the N word. I know you want to sound tough, but it just makes you sound lame.
I'm not trying to sound tough.
Well, you sound lame.
Okay, well, if the way that I speak when I'm upset is lame, then that's how I speak. I don't feel shame about that. The fuck?
All right.
That's my vernacular, and that's how I speak quickly because that's how the people that were around me spoke. I was not raised by my fucking white mother. I was a fucking Puerto Rican man that was not just Puerto Rican, he was also Haitian. That's how I fucking talk. The fuck? Do not. And he didn't fucking speak to me like that either. This is a fucking amalgamation of who I am.
So you didn't grow up speaking like that either. You didn't grow up speaking like. No, I'm not. I want to hear your bullshit.
I didn't grow up what? Tell me what I didn't do, and I'll tell you what I did.
Okay, I'm saying that you just didn't grow up speaking like that either.
Yeah, I didn't grow up speaking at all. I grew up getting my ass fucking beat. I didn't speak, nigga. I cleaned and I cooked, and that's it. And I shut the fuck up. That's it. Because any answer was not a right answer. I'm not playing around when I say that. It's not an ask around type of shit.
Look. I have one question for you, and one question for you only. Here's my question.
I'd love to be the autumn that I created for the world, because I had to create that autumn.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I was a certain autumn already. Yeah, the one that we all like. Yeah, that was me. I created her, and they destroyed her. Okay. This is
all right.
Fucking
calm down.
One. This is the one that they deal with. The one that everybody gets when they stop appreciating the fucking nice autumn and then want to test her. This is not a fake person. This is not a fake voice. Why do you think it comes out so quick and like that?
I just have one question for you. Look, I don't give a flying fuck. All I want to know is that, have you ever seen Chappelle's Show?
I've seen some of the Chappelle Show.
Okay. All right.
Hold up, I have a line that doesn't work, so you're actually going to have to just hold on a second while I try to get this like 50 times. Wait. Don't talk. Okay, that hurt. I'm just going to... Oh, the shit's like...
Please speak.
I was too much.
Yo, speak.
Don't ever talk to me like that. You're right. Like,
Yo,
that's the first one.
may I please speak?
Just start talking, Rabbi.
Okay,
Shouldn't even listen.
you should know that when you use that word, my streams get
What word? What word?
the N word. When you use the
Did
N
I
word,
use the N word?
my streams get marked as mature. So that's all I'm saying is just try not to use it.
Mature already.
I'm just
Every
saying.
time I come in here, it's telling me about 18 and up.
No, I know that, but I'm saying my YouTube streams.
So maybe Professor Mature.
No, I understand, but then they're not available search engine.
We'll make that explanation. It makes sense.
I understand. I appreciate it.
I can cognitively try to not use it, like as if I were at work or in school.
Perfect. That would be appreciated. I understand. I understand it. I understand that it slips. I understand that it slips. Okay. So, do you think there's a chance you could go to the Lincoln Park Zoo?
Oh yeah, see, I'm talking about Rabbi. I already brought up about how much I would love that adventure so many times, and I brought it up for years now. That's not a joke. And we just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know. I hope that one of these days we'll get around to doing something. Like, I, thinking about it. We will only bond on food days.
You're only good on food days?
Like, there's got to be something else that we can do together.
Yeah, don't you guys, do you enjoy each other's company?
No.
Okay. So you don't really like each other.
No,
You just
no,
have.
No, not at all. It's like, it's definitely fake. We can tell that it's fake on both ends. And that's why it's like, that's why he's willing to let me just go out there and die and shit. Then, like long ago, you know what I'm saying? So that's on him.
How did you guys
He
meet?
doesn't like me because I called him out on his lies.
I understand. How did you guys meet?
We met at his job that I just got him fired from. She was working at AA.
When he
And I
was.
went there because I needed hours for my DUI.
Hold on.
And at the
Hold
time,
on. Calm down. Well, calm down. I'm only able to take in
calm down.
so much at once. I'm trying to hear you. Okay, so he was working at a place. Where was he working?
At like an AA place. I don't even know how else to describe it.
Okay, I got you.
Like,
Okay.
anyways, thanks for
From there.
why? What do you mean? Like,
Oh, how?
nobody knew I was in there at night. How I didn't get him fired when I called there, like, because he wasn't at work. And I'm like, you need to be Ubering it so we get some money for this kid. And he was just berating me, like, and talk shit to me for like 6 hours straight, like a job. I called his job and was like asking for him. And the woman on the phone was like not giving any information. So typically people on the phone like no one or whatever, like if it's not hearing it. Anyways, I said that like nobody has his phone number. None of y'all bitches or whores have his phone number yet. Hold on, bitches and whores, and I said, yeah, that's right.
Right.
You don't know who that is right now.
Right. That's you, bitch.
Anyway,
You hoe.
he didn't get fired then. But what did he get fired for? I don't know, but I know how to started making a lot of guest appearances. But
you'd actually show up where he works?
Hell yeah, 100%. The fuck? Because it's a public place, dude. It's fucking AA meetings all day and shit. Just that, but people would see me like in the office and shit and downstairs, and they'd be like, and like they knew I was like his partner, but I'm too much and something like that.
Did he say that one got him fired?
No, he didn't say that. No, like literally, like his boss, like is just not paying him right now, and I'm trying to tell him that his boss is just a piece of shit. So you're fired. You're done. You're not working.
So you fired him, but he still is employed.
He's still employed, but I fired him because I said you're not doing. And he answered the phone to other people, like when they're like asking him to get shit. He's like, no.
Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI? Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI?
No, well, I know. Not really. I think I was just young. But how I got over there was in rehab. And that time I was in, well, every time that I went to rehab, Autumn just decided she needed to go.
Was it alcohol or drugs?
Because she had enough money.
Dog.
Oh, it
Girl.
was like drugs.
Okay. Well, that's not like.
Drugs. It was mostly weed.
Yeah,
mostly
which is.
weed,
Which,
and I
which,
hope I had like a problem with just overall being risky, like at that time. The time previous to that is when I had some more serious issues to deal with because when I knew that I wanted to do drugs in my younger years when I started smoking weed, I knew that there were certain drugs that I never wanted to do. And I'm proud to say that I never intentionally did any of those drugs. Crack, meth, or heroin. I never intentionally did any of that shit. But I ended up doing like Xanax and oxys and shit like that, and like taking other pills and like not really knowing what I'm taking. And that's not something that I was really comfortable with. I knew that that was an issue. Also, at that time, I didn't realize that my diagnosis was PTSD. I still thought my diagnosis was just depression and anxiety, which never made sense to me because I will only have like I can be depressed like very easily because I'm like a very emotional person, but I'm not like depressed. So now that I have the right diagnosis and I understand that weed wasn't the problem, but like me being a little bit too curious sometimes, and I end up taking stuff and being in places where I don't want to be. But you know, I can thank my family to exposing me to that, you know, everything that they're doing. That's another reason why I went like to rehab too, is because I didn't want to end up like people in my family like with a really bad like drug problem, and I was seeing weed like that at the time because again it wasn't legal and people were not like it was like 10 years ago. I'm talking about like 8 years ago.
I understand. People considered it to be much more serious than it is.
Yeah, that was a long, not even. I think it was the last time I heard this. But yeah, still, even then, like when it was like just becoming recreational, it's so hard to find like prior to it becoming recreational, I didn't like find any like doctors that would tell me that that was okay. So I was never feeling encouraged to like be open about smoking the weed with the doctors.
Right. A lot of times they'll.
Even though I worked in a pain clinic where the doctor, one of the doctors, was ready to do a weed prescription, and I would go into work high, and like he knew I was high. I feel really stupid looking back because I thought nobody knew I was high. I was so fucking fried. I couldn't even like. I was just filing papers, and you get like two different versions of autumn. So yeah, well at least I was getting my medicine. They didn't care. I needed that medicine. I think it's obvious. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. Bye.
This girl is cray. Cray in a wild way.
me, but it was 9:30. And he goes, damn, came to answer your phone? I didn't see it. You know, I was asleep. I'm in bed by 9. I didn't see it. So I text the next morning at 6. Like, bro, you call, I'm sleeping. I'm going to answer your call if you do it when I'm up. You know, we're living 2 different lives, my man.
Yeah. I think I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out just in general.
Yeah,
he's good. Yeah, he might just, I get out, phone around, go, let's think I'll talk with him. And he's just like, hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while, that kind of thing. And I just go, well, that's great. Like, let everybody nice. When you're that busy, you're that, like, you got all this stuff going on. I feel there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, and until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that you like, hey, what's going on? They don't get back to you.
My only thing is, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate. And then when we do talk, you're like, what the fuck? Not catching, like,
oh, no.
If I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, like, this just isn't gonna work. We're gonna bring the same thing up.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm saying this guy's like, no, I gotta be my life. I really cared about it.
Because I have my own paragraphs. Yeah, I'm on the first text. Okay. To me, you gotta check in. You gotta check in.
Callan does that. He'll send a whole, 7-paragraph text. I want to read out, go too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something. Nah, don't do that. I don't know. That's what I need.
I don't like that.
No, I need to check you. I need to check you. I don't need don't do that to me. I go crazy super scion. You know what?
Yeah. You know what? I like the moment. If it's long. Voice.
Yeah. But when you get a voice note, you're give it a minute. It's his fault.
There's a lot of
about it. No, here's the thing. What I talk about, her parents sent her with an axe and a blade. Get fucking wielding.
Protect someone from a migrant who wanted to assault them. Good for her. What a little badass.
Dude, hopefully she was arrested. Right, People are saying though that she's a hero.
Damn,
Yeah. She's this little William Wallace.
Hey, friend, take the earpods out. Yeah. Take it in.
Well, watch this guy. Watch. What do you do with the guy that just walked by?
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
You can just walk by. The real scene in person, it's not as heightened. No, I understand. This guy's like, no, I understand. The little girl's got an axe. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing. Nothing's happening here, man.
No, I bet that guy was like, oh, that girl's
internet bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe.
Get me the fuck out of here. Got arrested, and then also, there people are using this. This is crazy, but people are really. It is crazy how something like this is used after.
Polarized.
But they're making her legit. Where a girl is saying, like, we need to just to date me. You gotta pay me $500. $50. Like, somebody shows me. Anybody says to date me, you go to date me. I'm not gonna marry you. How about watching where the lady's like, did you ever see that one thing where the lady was talking to the camera and she was like, no, we're not gonna do coffee, we're not gonna do a hangout, we're gonna go to a dinner, you're gonna pay, and then like it cuts to her years later and she's like, I had to freeze my eggs. And everyone's like, yeah, because you're insufferable, you stupid asshole. What happened? The girl also being like, you know, the joke. What do you mean? She was serious. Table or something, and women are like, "What do I bring to the table? What the fuck?" See, dude, you like, and then what the fuck do we get? Yeah.
Well, no, Chris, you're the minority. Those bitches are like, women power. We work 9 to 5 in the middle of war, and they want to start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. They're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking.
If you're a woman and you want to forego having a do your thing, do your fucking thing.
Yeah,
but do your thing though. Like I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot and what do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess? No.
Well, it depends how hot.
But you know, here's the crazy part about it though. Wait, here's the crazy part about this. I'm a dime. No,
You're a dime?
Everything together, yes.
No,
Yeah.
you're not a dime.
No, bro, have you seen my personality? It's crazy.
I know.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, that's what a guy
But
needs to do. It's hard to be part of
No one said your hands.
but if you never know he was a 10. You never know he was a 10. At a weird pick. But he is.
No one ever would say you're a 10.
Bro. There is no
world where you're a 10.
About
Okay?
gay. When they see and feel the whole presence.
Okay. You know what? And we know it's documented.
It's very well documented, bro. Like, it's very crazy.
It's trafficking you. You're like, no. You have to give you 1,000 to take you, but we're flying to Vegas. So all of a sudden now, I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like, then you're like, oh.
Can you imagine a girl like, if you're gonna date me, it's $500,000. Like, you could really here too, raise you.
Boy, she's a hooker. Yeah, congratulations, sweetheart. You're a hooker. Congratulations. You're a streetwalker.
Fave is back. You have Texas. Playing Ohio State this freaking weekend. Everyone here's going, Well, guess what? How about you watch the ridiculous games and make some money? All right? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and into big payouts with live betting. All right, rivalry week odds boosts and more. DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every freaking Saturday, man. Here's something special for first timers. New to DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. All you gotta do is go to download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers. Get $300 in bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Go Texas in partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. Text NY 467-369. Is available for problem gambling. Call 888-7897 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire.
You know, what's that guy died, I think. Yeah. He was Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels. You talking about high value, man? Yeah. You are. She goes, I'm an 8. He just goes, nope. Yeah. He goes, yeah, this guy is freaking. Yeah. This is hilarious stuff. Oh, this guy's great. Did he die though? Yeah. See, karma. Got to figure it right. Got to figure from his time.
I wouldn't say that we rank, which may be a type of ranking. But
don't count it. See how happy he got? He was like, yeah, I got some black points.
Other or just
No.
Well, when a man asks you to go out, you decide to give you a that's a ranking. That's all of you?
5'5".
5'5". You care if a man is only
Well, you just went right on to it.
So there are several things I'm thinking about, and then I know so I can take a plumber. Have it entire.
Everything. This woman is raised. What if? I don't know what that means.
Kermit the Frog.
That is the illest statement I've ever heard.
You see what you just did?
I just
You see what you just did?
see how
I gave you a man who's got just 5 years old. You got to go make him earn one.
And you only say that when she says something.
I am a snack.
There's a trick face on. Yeah. Because this thing, you know why? Yeah. Because you already seen a picture of her, and he's just like, okay, she gonna talk about what? Yeah, what's your dress size? No, he's 16.
Drop the mic.
Right.
So if I'm 5'10", I know 5'10". Oh, no, see, don't tell me what not to do. Don't you do that. tell me to do on my show. What? It's not my fault that you 5'10" and weigh more than her. Listen, man, 5'10", man, and I don't care how you carry it or not. The higher up you go, you're not going to be with that man. The women that are around that man making $250,000.
Dude, it's like, well, so that's such a great visual. He's like, I don't care how you carry it. So if you like, I'm carrying. Oh, I'm carrying this weight real good. Look how easy I'm carrying this weight. This guy's a hero, but it's like,
200 pounds.
These things are like really funny. Wait, there are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to. You should be asked to even go on a date. That's their whole. Oh. Yeah.
Single.
And
then
what?
our Jews were
I'm
exposed
telling
to
you,
it. Their bodies
that's a great.
number of
Anytime you make something transactional, then they'll get that. Choose
the bodies that were
Take me
considered
out. I'm like, oh,
disposable,
definitely get my
but
dicks up.
those
well,
Jews
at least.
who,
Well,
other
it'll be
Jews
like a
were
guy be like,
selected
what are we
for
doing?
medical
Like, what are we doing?
experimentation,
Dating?
horribly
We got a date. You want to go to Notebook?
genetic
Yeah. How about
experiments
this?
were
Here's
conducted
$500.
on children in
This is
particular
how
if
hookers
they
start.
were identical
Yeah,
twins.
like the girl was like, take me out. She's like, no, there's some rocks right there. That's how it started. Well, geez,
They were just without the war. This is one of the chapters
Put out
of
the
Jewish
middle.
history.
Like, how did okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just, I don't want to really deal with this. How about just can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? Like, I don't really like your personality, but it's skinny, dude. The way you carry it. But anyway, as a guy, you can never. Can you even question what you know? It's like, oh, right, take out a date, but here's 500. Okay, menu? Can I go? What's happening on the menu? Okay, so I gave you. Oh, so I have the money that I pay is like burning it. What we doing? It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to. I just like the internet made everything so weird. Like now, when you take a woman out, I guess the guy is still to pay. I think, and
We don't want to offend them.
well, that's how you're right. But I mean, like, that's how you're. My mom, R.I.P. rest her soul. But something she
Hello,
told me,
fellow
she's old
students of
school.
Jewish
She
history.
loved her. She said, I don't care how much money a
Jewish
woman
History,
makes.
the lab series.
I don't care
We
how
are now
much.
continuing our discussion of the
She still want a man to
Holocaust.
take care of her.
Lectures
Yeah,
on
and that doesn't even necessarily mean monetarily. That just
one of the
means
historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust
I
is
understand.
to
Yeah,
find
that's part of it. But
precisely
it's so.
what is
It's like I don't care. I've always been like that. Like, you go. I got it. You know what I mean?
overall
She's like,
like
when You think I'm weak? I can't afford it. I'm like,
that
I don't. I'm like, yeah, he said, you know, don't worry about it. It does with
as opposed to the
what I'm saying is like, I would see other comics, bitch, if someone is just an insecurity, I feel like just a being a soft dude, you out. Buddies and your friends always pay, especially if you can afford it. You know, it's like, oh no,
longer
you don't need
lecture
it.
on that topic
Hey,
specifically.
look at my face. What's the camera thing? Because I
But
don't think about it.
basically,
Because
Jews
you know
there,
what you got?
like the
You know what you got? You got
surrounding
my
people, were
fun at
subjected
dinner. I was making
rapid
jokes.
canonization, collectivization of crime, arrest and intelligentsia. So the Holocaust per se really began
Next time we go to dinner, you're going to pay me $600 before we even go to the
with
restaurant.
the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression. Called ancestry. As you can see in this Hitler, such as
This is a kind of concept that, like,
sometimes called the
99% of society,
Holocaust
99% of society, unless you're just self
Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first killings of Jews. Most of the Or that would have
I use this. Right. It
260
was done first. I mean, it must be like,
Now
like, you know, I saw a thing that said if you can bench 225, so they're stronger than like 99% of, So imagine if you can't do that and you never get to use it.
psychological makeup
It's
of
why,
the
like,
soldiers
it's like if you're a millionaire, you want to just buy
So
shit.
at Fonse, this conference, which was chaired by Abel Mike Sonkier, they drew up a list
At all
of
times,
all of
did you
the
see that
leaders
dude
in
running
Europe
for
and
was it
terrifying
governor of
list.
New York?
My humble opinion,
Communist dude,
absolutely
he's just
terrifying
a weirdo.
that survived the
They pure pressure him to bench 135 and he had
period.
no shot
You
of
can
doing
see
it.
from this list of countries that are included, countries that have not yet even been conquered. For example, give you a sense of how determined that Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew on earth. 11 million Jews, about 1,000 previously
No,
there.
get ready. This
They
is
were
some
very
white girl
different
rap. It's so
camps from the concentration camps. How largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, the political knowledge of the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps intended primarily for the purpose of creating
rapping how like that.
here you get a sense of the problem here. That were conquered at nearly at the very end of the war when it was that's really good. World War II. She's like or and Hungary.
Yes, that's the one I was going to say here. With this girl?
Vast majority of the Russian Jews were shorn of anything that
she's dancing. It's
possibly be of value on their person, did not elevate their personal belongings. Gas chambers where they are made to think they were being sent to the in many of these camps around the American prisoners, but the gas was used one way, a black poison that was poured into the roof, and Jews were exposed to it and died with horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, was very inefficient and Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to
I can't hear it in the air, so I just see a white girl like,
Close your eyes and play that. You would not open your eyes thinking she looked like this.
well, I can't hear it. Describe what she sounds like to me, Eric.
Like Nick. Like if Nick was rapping.
Nick, look up Wildin' Out White Girl. She's late in the morning.
White rappers have what's great about this, like what's happening in society in terms of being able to make money and this kind of thing. You know, women have an advantage when it comes to like if you have like you can get on stage. You can get on every show.
Okay.
You know, people come into my show.
You'd be surprised. What's yeah. Just email Tiger's hard.
I've seen this rapper.
I woke up and I said a prayer to the stars and I prayed to heaven. I'm like, oh God, it's a must I do. Little Kim, I bet you know I got a crush on you. I'm like, oh God, she really a beast. I woke up in the morning, got the toothpaste, I brushed my teeth. I'm gonna see Sway. Tell him I am the dopest the bitch you never had. He read the night I looked up. I'm the illest way. I told him.
Like most of these rappers. No, stop that.
Yeah, there's something cringy when white girls rap and it's not good.
Package 225.
100%. It just means this guy's like my mom. It just means he's doing work. It means he's doing fucking work. I
You know what though? There is something about what you're saying. You know, it's like because what does it take to be able to bench 225? And if you are somebody that can do that, there's a certain work ethic that you know it takes to get there. And that's what people. But what I'm saying is that's what people are attracted to in all aspects. You know, it's like people might say, "Oh, that person's looking for your money," and I think, look. I said,
Evidently, it's a sandstorm.
yeah, so that's just listen. After Brendan's truck. Yeah. I never went. Oh, but this is like, you know, we all fly a lot. Well, not Brendan as much anymore, but flew yesterday. Okay, but here's the thing. You don't even think about that you're not going to make it. You know, we just have a thing in our head now. Flight's going to go. Everything's going to be fine. No, when it to the show, I'm gonna miss my camera.
Eric, aren't you glad you lost weight? Because Southwest made it. If you're big, you have two weights now. You have to do chairs.
Some problem with that.
Take.
They should be. That's you're over 400 some pounds. And Casey and his girl gets on a plane, right? And they have a 100-pound bag. They're gonna charge them. Total. You know, it's unfair. I think if you're gonna charge for overweight bags, but a big motherfucker can get on the plane, like I'm like, nah. Well, you should pay by weight.
No, you should pay by body percent fat.
No.
Yeah, because it's not because
You're way
no,
off.
because 6'2", it's not his fault that the guy's 5'6". You know what I mean? If somebody is their God-given, you know, their birth weight, you know, it's different. If you're a fat fuck,
Okay. You know what?
and okay,
You can add that in, fine.
yeah.
But that's just
I'm 6'2", I gotta pay more fat guy. No, he has to pay more.
well, I felt, you know, but the two like
Hold 210.
Take too long.
so I'm saying you would just walk up.
They should just get policy. They should know. I can solve all this. They should.
Or they have fat air.
I watched that movie.
It's 6 inch take off.
No, listen, guys. They have a little thing there for your bag. They can go.
Yeah,
Your bag. It needs to no, this will be real. I hear you.
Or just when you check into your flight online, you have to enter your weight.
Yeah, but everybody's gonna be honest. They just be lying. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, bitches do be lying.
I'm putting 135 on mine. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Yeah.
No, but I think, but you know, my problem with it was before the system was they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really had a problem. Yeah. It's just about fairness. This has nothing to do with fat shaming or anything like that. It's about fairness. Well, they shouldn't be charging for bags like that anyway. But my point, to pay for over 50 pounds, then what are we talking about? The weight of the person in the bag, then the bag volume.
Hey, for your guts, too. Yeah. What they literally call it baggage. How many bags you got? And then your baggage? You fat?
As soon as they add on the thing. I mean, I'm with it, man. It's this amount. But like, you know, watching Casey and his girl suffer. Alright. And this bigger than me guy, they have sitting in the middle seat next to me. We were just looking at each other like I was like, oh man, it's gonna be a tough flight, huh? I know, right? And this one looks cool. Yeah. I would get fat just to go. I mean, you talk about the meal on this. This is they're like gonna eat this. Look at the fat hair. They just have like a. They don't I would love to fly back here. Hell yeah, dude. Look at that. When he was in the 40, he was like, we're going to start with bitch.
We got fat stories and fat pile all around, baby. There's no shame here.
Yeah, except for that, you really do play.
However, you just have it like 20 seats instead of 60.
Otherwise, they need money. This airline loses money every right. Even though we charge low, or you just charge double. True, yeah, charge all that's the point, right? Anyway, air. The plane should be fat.
Yeah, the fatter plane.
Maybe the plane have like
How would you that plane with your gut?
yeah, make it plump. You know how the 747 has the thing on the top? Is first class, like motivation. Like I go to the airport and they're just like, oh, you can't get. I have to take that. I have to take fat. We already put that. It's the way I'm telling you, you wouldn't be shit for that. There's a fat air walk of shame. Everybody knows that's the fat air terminal. You know what I'm saying? We need to motivate humane society. I used to have a joke about it. I said, like, I think the best way to get people that's the power grid. And you have to do a certain amount.
They figure out how to train, put their dogs on their shit.
Oh, yeah, they figure out some kind of thing that you have to power up like I said. You know what I mean? You're working out. No, not as much as I should. I've been walking. Damn, man, not that I have to work out. Well, I mean, it's good. No, I just been, that's the next. Listen, I need you guys to understand something. It's oh my God, that hair, dude. We're not serving those strongly a party. Imagine it's a whole thing. Something weird. The hardest thing is like discipline. They use AI in the crowd. That discipline to not to when I hear that is when I was mad, timing. They're gonna bring all this. And I was like, oh, I can't eat right now. Oh, I see it. I'm really. Don't look too weird yet. If you pause any of that, you'll see them distorting. But watch, just wait, look. Fake. Take us back to Bel Air, dude. Look at the guy in the dude, who's take us back to Bel Air? They decide like that. What's his name? Look at the guy's face. Did Will post this? Yeah. Look at it says, you can make this. You can make it. What's the quote? Everyone said you can make it. Will Smith said you can.
Yo, what up, Cluster? How you living, pimp? Son. How was your day? What up? How's your day going?
Well, nothing current. Watching videos.
All right, very cool. What kind of videos you watch?
Music videos, either. Music. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we're just watching your show.
So,
I'm just watching Jewish lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
yeah, true. Well, watch all sorts of videos.
All right, very cool, man. That's deep.
Yeah.
What's your favorite video ever?
There's the history of the entire world by Bill Watts.
Oh, is it
You
good?
can check it out. Yeah, it's really good.
How long is it?
About 16 to 19 minutes.
It's by Bill who?
Bill words.
Oh, okay.
It has like 100 to 200 million views, and it's considered really good by the content.
All right, I'll have to check this out. What are your other favorite videos? What are your other favorite videos, son?
Sorry, what did you ask?
What are your other favorite videos?
Other favorite videos.
Word, dog.
How will do I sound like that?
What'd you say, Pimp?
How old do I sound like to you? Yeah, cool. What about you?
I sound.
No, not. You're actually, like, seriously. Stop kidding.
All right, well, guess how old I am.
Well, you didn't guess mine before I told you.
Yes, I did. I said 65 years old.
Uh,
I'm old enough. That's the answer.
yeah, cool. Sure.
Excellent. All right, here's Drew.
The real fruit is a tetrode, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these entities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how finish is facing the mission. And they can go on many tangents or an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud, Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating sort of study partner named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will be Talmud itself. The text of the Raisa, these literally translate as outside. These are texts that are much older, the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it in here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the mission. There are some scholars who argue that they are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, I know what this text is. When was it written? So, as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis often called
His caption for this was my favorite part of the tour is seeing you all up close.
It's like they're trying to make you fail.
generations.
Yeah, someone's fucking with them.
Were called the Tanaim, which means the
Love you, Fresh Prince.
and it involves like
Like,
6 generations
With
of them.
you're going too fast. No, he's doing all right. I'm saying there's so much stuff on the screen that you can
You also
point
get
to.
involved
Yeah, I know. You know, that you're on the bottom there. That was great.
conversations extend
just
basically
it's all the same
from
concept.
Mishnah, which would be
Is he? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. From Shuri to S. There's no speculation. This is AI. So.
Like 1,000 dislikes.
smaller. It tends to have
Why would you dislike that? I would like it.
dealing with halakha or Jewish
I
law.
like it because you're sorry if I didn't like it.
Or
But why is
legends, things like that.
why is this fake?
Why are you doing it? How are you bullshitting?
If I
You got it, but,
you know what you should do, Nick? You should put us three in the crowd and stuff like that. But the sides are the worst part because no fucking they don't. Come on, bro. No, you don't see Will Smith on tour. Well, yeah, not this many. Well, I don't think it was. Let's wait, hold on. You go back whether people have to be laid off tonight will be a score. What is that?
It's all distorted. It doesn't make sense. It's all fake. Consider some out of the sun.
Yeah, look at the fresh. Look at the E in fresh.
Jerusalem Talmud is about
It's a 6.
basically one shared tradition is the purpose of trying to understand
Dude, this is.
literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example,
I'll sit and I'll think about that sad part for a while. This is the sad part about it. So wait, he's playing in the witnessing the full.
share with us.
But he's doing it to himself.
Well, at this point.
If they say this over there is
Oh, go down. Okay, go down. Go to the. No. Where's he playing? He's playing the O2 Arena. Go down. It says right there.
Ultimately,
No, click the show. You know, it had there. Go down. There.
somewhere around
Like
the year
the London one.
500.
Does it slap?
the songs from before, man. The lyrics, I just don't understand. Like, that's a banger, sure. But like, there's no way. They gotta get so. Before you, can I try and get my thoughts about it? Yeah, please. Okay. When you're someone, I'll be someone saying, I don't know this guy. I'll be over no AI. Someone is a damn famous for that long and for that level. You know, you want that, never want that to go away. You never want it to go away. And you continuously chase it. Ain't that famous. And there's nothing in you that thinks, I'm still not that guy. Will Smith is like an athlete that like should retire already. Like, you know what I mean? Like Tony said, yeah. Yeah, somebody that's just fucking great. It's like, I can still do it. The Hall of Fame. She was like, I still think I can play. Like, he was like 50. He was like, I still want to, I don't want to, you know, he still thinks he can do it. And you see these clips of Jordan in the gym at his camps and stuff, and he's still out there, like, you know, trying to, you know what I mean? He probably still thinks he can, you know what I mean? Well, that's what made him so good. What happened? This is all. I know. So it's like Tom Cruise is gonna go out like Tom Cruise died. Mission Impossible with it, man. Yeah. But I'm gonna be an
Yo, what up?
y'all.
How you living? Pimp? How
Why
are
are you always AFK social life?
Oh, why not?
Because what?
Am I not allowed?
They said they need you out there at 5 o'clock.
Who?
Socialize.
What did they say?
They said they need you out the server.
Why?
Because you're sitting there doing nothing.
Okay, nobody says I have to be out of the server.
Yes, they did.
Who did?
Mr. Socialize said that.
Okay, that's not a real person.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, my friend.
Kind of like
Say the Dan in Chicago, come check me out there in the House of Comp.
manuscripts.
Because it'll be like a guy. I'd be like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Dating? I got a date. Like the girl was like, that's how it started. That's so much easier this way. It's a hot girl, right? And she's saying the most responsive person I've ever been around was like this super successful businessman that she dated. He's like, and no matter how busy he was like always responsive. And she said, well, how do you do that? responding or something?
Yeah, no.
Get back to you, or they're never like that shit. No, yeah. Oh my god, especially like girls, particularly too. Wow, I respond. Yeah, it's like that with everybody.
It's because
Right, you're not. I don't want to hear about it. It's like age. Because I don't like me to text you at the phone the fucking horn.
But Eric, don't you think it's more of a thing if they get in and follow up and like I'm your fucking dad? I ain't the one, bro. 2 days later, I call. He's like, "What the fuck?" Like all butthurt, like, "What the fuck, dude?" I'm like, "Oh, you're out. You're out. I can't."
Yeah, but it all depends on who the person is to you. I mean, if it's your wife, okay. But if it's like,
I hear you. I don't subscribe to that. I think that if you have my number and I have your number and I text you and not just like what he said, like some casual shit. Even if it's like, hey, you trying to find out some information, or even if I'm like, hey, I heard something happen. I hope everything's okay. Like he just said, he goes, hey, I'm swamped. Thanks for checking in, Pete. You know, it's like that kind of stuff. I think that's important in life. You know, it's just me. Like I'm not. Let me just say this. No, it sounds like it, but I'm not judging. No judgment on anybody else. I'm just saying. I think it's a sign of respect because I can't. You're that busy, bitch. Well, that's okay. Yeah, like, no, you're not. You're right. Wait, see, listen, Chris. It's a choice. That's a construct. It doesn't exist. No, I understand, but yeah, unless you going through like something and you don't respond because things. Yeah. Percent of the time, it's just like whatever. Yeah. Just being like your time. You're not respecting your time. That's all I'm saying.
Your time, but I also will be like doing way bigger shit than me and answer like, "What's up, man?" And I was like, "Oh, I sent a picture of a car. I'm just shooting the shit." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I got Trump coming in. Let me call you back." I'm like, "Oh, you don't have to answer nothing."
Yeah, but that's a sign of his respect of your friendship. Yeah, that's what that is right there. That's my point I'm trying to make. It's like you know, it's just a choice. People are making casual with how we communicate now with social media and stuff, but we're just like this isn't important anymore. And I think communicating with the people that are in your life, in your circle, in your like, you know, your like whatever the circle out there, and then you have a circle out here, and then you have a circle of people that you know. Yeah, the reason why I brought it up is like a friend of mine was posted this thing, and I was like, I was like, this is not you shouldn't be posting. I was like, oh, like what are you talking about? Oh, get back to people. And I'm like, hey, this ain't you, bitch. Yeah, that's because they don't. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I think that we all do it. Yeah. I'm just saying. I think it's a sign of you know.
It is, but you know what I like? This is what kind of friend Chris is. Been great. Like my baby going through more health issues, right? It's been a nightmare. Now, Chris, a million people text, like, my wife posts up on it, but a million people could text, like, oh man, sorry what you're going through. Like, I don't respond. You know, I don't respond to that. Chris responded, man, heard what happened. Hey, I have a friend who can help out. This talk to this lady. Like she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's a.
You don't have to be like, well, thank you. You know what I mean? I'm talking about guys
My friends feel better to text me on Thanksgiving. If you text me on Thanksgiving or Christmas, hey man, I'm not 14.
No. Who texts Christmas and Thanksgiving?
Eric's the
Tell them about it.
my dad and my brother. If you text, you must be busy all day. If you're texting my dad and my brother,
What's up, Bill?
Eric's face on a turkey.
Yeah,
You're gonna cheer like
that too. Anthony Jeselnik. Just because it bugs him. He just goes, what are you, 6 years old? That's why I run back at you. I go, love you too, baby. But don't you feel good when you see it?
from here. Sometimes I wake up. Sometimes okay. Example. Okay. Sometimes I wake up late because it's like I'm traveling. I need to sleep in. It's 11. I'll wake up. Okay. It's happened 4 days ago, or no, more than that. And I forgot to. I guess I didn't even realize he really texted me. Then I go one day, 3 days later, I go, oh
Yeah, yep, I do that all the
that
time.
has sleep. So I brought it back, and he asked me something legit. He was like, needed my help with something, and I was like, oh my god, bro, I'm totally sorry. And right?
No, that
Yeah, but that's from the guy that like you would go eat with him, and then if you like, if you're 5 minutes, hey, let's meet at 1. You get there at 1:05. He's already ordered and he's already eaten his food.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll wake up to some text, and usually, I wake up so early, I'll respond, but it'll be like 5 a.m., and then they forget because I responded so early.
Yeah.
It's not a...
I know.
Yeah, several others will be,
I know.
I was busting Rogan's chops because I text him, I said, damn, dog, it's like that now, but you've changed. I give him shit. He's like, bud, I wake up to like 75 texts and 100 texts a day. Blowing up, all that stuff. Ain't dealing tag. I once every 2 weeks, something like that. But then he realized our lives are big.
There's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life. Until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people.
Whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate. And then when we do talk, you're like, what the fuck, bro? Not catching like.
Oh no, none of that.
If I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, like this just isn't gonna work. We're gonna break this thing up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm just saying, you guys like. No, you know my life. I really care about.
It's like I don't think you should send me on the first text. Okay. To me, you got to check that.
Callan does that. He'll send us like 7 paragraph text. I want to
talk to you about something.
Nah, don't do that.
No, that's what I need.
I don't like that.
No, I need to check in. I need like,
Don't do that to me. I go crazy. Super Scion. You know what? I'm gonna go right now. No. Bro, nobody knows your rules, all right?
Bro. 8-minute voice note. Go fuck yourself.
I won't listen to an 8-minute text.
No, it's no. If
both of those are go fuck yourself. Yeah. But when you get a voice note, you're missing shit. You're drunk. And my thing is like,
He's too loud in my thing. Give it a minute. It's his fault.
Yeah, it's a loud man.
no, here's the thing. The voice note, no. If I did, then call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute,
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking so hot about it.
Here's why voice notes work. It's like, yo, man, what are you up to? What are you doing? Voice note, boom. This is what I got going on.
Oh my God.
Cuts the fat.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, fucking, what about that British girl that had an axe when she, because she was being accosted in fucking, when she's 14. It's all the news. Let's get to something else. Yeah. British 14-year-old British girl. For her.
What a little badass.
Dude, people are
Supposedly she was arrested.
right. People are going.
Hey, take the AirPods out, yeah? So you can hear.
Watch this guy. Watch.
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
This is bullshit. What do you mean? You're walking by. If you see thing going on, you can just walk by. The guy's like, oh, cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing.
That guy was like, oh, that girl's
internet bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe. Get me the fuck out of here.
Saying, we need to just to date me. You pay me $500 to date me. You can pay me $1,000. Like, dreams.
anybody says to date me, you go way different direction. To date me, how about the thing? Yeah, I know. How about the thing?
And then I saw her like, my husband left me.
No. Bro, when women are like, it's like, what do you bring to this? Somebody was upset because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck? So then what the fuck do we get? Yeah.
Well, no, Chris, that's the minority. Those bitches are like, women power. We work 9 to 5 on an award. They want to start fucking. Those are the fucking.
Well, that's a little bit where it's like, yeah,
good
no,
moms. They go, I understand that.
If you're a woman and you want to forego and work hard and do your thing, do your fucking thing.
Yeah, you're cunt.
But then if you're a woman that's just like, do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess?
Depends how much.
But you know, here's the crazy part about this.
I'm a dime.
No, you're a dime. Everything together. Yes. Bro, have you seen my personality? It's crazy.
I know, but your forehead, you get 2 points knocked down.
Dude, everything.
I agree, but your forehead and your
Yeah. Fuck yeah, that guy
But
needs
the
to be a
looks
top.
aren't the biggest part of the top.
Looks,
I would say you're way it's a dime. Way by why it's a dime. Because just, you put it all together. My attitude, my charisma, features, and you're showing me, take my picture off of me, and you're showing somebody, that guy's gonna be up. You put them all together, all right, with the charisma and all this stuff, then okay. I'm saying, not the looks department, okay, whatever. But objectively, if you get a good picture of me, I'm nice. I didn't say handsome. I just wanted to know if you light the picture nicely and you catch me at a good moment. Whatever the thoughts of, you know what I mean? Say it like if I, all right, nice. You know what? But if you get it, dude, and you're it's a weird kitty. I love kitty. You never know he was a 10. But he is. No one there itself. Would say you're a 10. What? I believe that. Hey, you know what? And we know it's not giving it. Very, very strong. You know what? The one that these women, you say, $500 to go out on a date. Here's to fly them any place. It's now sex trafficking. No, it's very crazy. You're fucked if you're a guy, really. You know what I mean? All of a sudden now, it's sex trafficking. You're like, no, you charged me. You should have to give you $1,000 to you. But we're flying to Vegas. So all of a sudden now, I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like, then you're like, can you imagine a girl like being a date gets $500,000? Like, your parents and raised you. Oh, she's a you're all good. Congratulations. You're a streetwalker. You'll break here. All right? College to the test. But you turn your big picks into big payouts. Rivalry week odds. Please play responsibly on behalf of Foothill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply. Illinois, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Expense expires 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see tkng.co/audio.
You ever seen that guy? Hey, what's that? You know that old school black dude that just like, oh yeah, I mean, he's the best. You know, what's that guy? I think. Yeah, he's so funny. Kevin Samuel. Kevin Samuel. You talk about high value man. Yeah, what do you think you are? She goes, you just go, nope. Yeah. You go, she goes, no, like, no, but yeah, this guy is freaking, this is hilarious stuff. Kevin Samuel's not disposition is just great.
What exactly is so, first of all, we should understand that there are two of them, Jerusalem and the Babylonians. They are basically extended discussions that thousands of rabbis, occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Everything that's woman is massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law. I don't know what that means, but that is kind of clarifies statement I've ever heard in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize. For example, the holiday of Sukkot, we figure out what your penis up means. Saying like you're like man up, penis up, your penis up. You only say that when she says sorry. So that's like, damn, he weighed more than a man. He's savage, huh? All aspects of their experience of the world. Look at him, financial life, civil life, all kinds of stuff. That is dealt with. He has far. No, he's still he has Eric face on. Because you know why? Because he already seen a picture of her, and he's just like, okay, so what's your dress what's your dress size? Because he already knows it's 16. Conversation about the human condition that begins with expression. The principal figure behind it was incredibly Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very study partner, Rachel Lockett, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion. Although it really involves hundreds of rabbis pitching their opinions on what it was eventually modified into a fixed text that really becomes I don't know, you know, it's like, well, so that's such a great visual. He's coming, I don't care, like, carry it, so you're like, I'm carrying this way real good, like, I'm carrying this way. It's a hero, but it's like, you know, it's 200 pounds. These things are like really funny. Just so wait, there are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to date. Okay, and so, but they're saying that, like, just, I'm not trying to be funny, they're not saying they're hookers. Some scholars they're saying the way men act these days, you should get paid to even go on a date. That's their whole, men are single. Yeah, they say, so before we even go to the date, you have to, so, I'd like to take you out. Yeah, imagine, I want to take you out. What? Well, I'm telling you, like that's something, like don't think of that, like in India or some shit, like a dowry thing. What's the fucking dowry thing? Yeah. Time you make something transactional, it's not. Yeah, well, then they'll get mad at you if you right. I mean, it's like you ate all that sushi, man. She's like, it's $500 to take me out. I'm like, oh, definitely get my dick sucked. Well, at least, well, you know what's interesting? One's like really nicely and flirt with me. You know what it is? That's the part that we're not supposed to ever say. Of course, right? Yes. But that's the crazy part about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because it's like, just anything in reverse. Because it'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Dating? We're going to date. You want to go to no move? How about this?
Here's $500. Yeah, this is how hookers started. Like the girl was like, "Take me out, bro." She's like, "No, here's some rocks." That's how it started. It's so much easier this way. Okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just like, I don't really deal with this. How about just do, can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? And then, or the guy doing it like that, just being like, I don't really like your personality, but it's I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but anyway, yeah, the guy you can never, you either question when you get for that. You know, it's like, all right, I got a date up, here's 500. What is that? Is there a menu? Can I go? What's happening on the menu? Okay, so I have to sit up here for sure. Also, the dinner money doesn't come out of the 500 I gave you. So I have to, so that's weird. All right, so the money that I pay is like burning. That would be like you're headed to Vegas and you just throw money out the window before you got there. I mean, it's like, Vegas. I just don't, you know, what we doing? It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to, because like the internet made everything so weird. Like now, when you take a woman out, you know, I guess the guy is still to pay. You know, I think, and how you raise your man? Like, listen, my mom, R.I.P. rest her soul. Something she told me, but she's old school. She said, I don't care how much money a woman makes. I don't care how much. She still want a man to take care of her. Yeah, and that doesn't even necessarily mean monetarily. That just means period. Yeah, just like, no. I understand. Yeah, like, but it's so it's like, I don't care. I've always been like that. Like, you're going out, you go, I got it. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's like, and I don't like somebody that's offended. Like, if you're offended, no, that's, because my thing is like, if you say you're she's like, I can take my own, like, the pay, bitch. Yeah. It's like, just she's like, what do you think I'm weak? I can't afford it. I'm like, go ahead, but has that ever happened? That's not happened with me. Like, none of this is real. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nobody actually really does it. You might get a woman that's like, oh, I can pay half. Like, you know, I don't want she's being generous. Like, yeah, I said, you go, don't worry about it. She's like, really? Yeah. And also the guys we with, when they're thinking, I just like when somebody just does, she just do it. Yeah, example. I went to brunch with Megan Trainor and her brother, right? Slight flex. She paid. I didn't even know. She freaking better. Who you tell her? I was like, it's all about Jerry. But she's what I'm saying is like, even if I'm going out with my friend, I used to do that. Remember when comics would go out to like something else? Comics would go out to a one-on-one cafe. Yeah. As many times I'd be like, I grab my guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. I would pay the bill and then be like, yeah, I gotta go, and I would just leave. I never didn't pay. Ever. That's what I'm saying. Ever. I would see other comics and I'd pay for their meals too. Don't you feel like a bitch if someone is just insecurity? Don't you feel like just a beta, like soft dude if you out with your buddies, your friends always feel it's like, bro, no, you don't need it. I look at my face. Where's the camera? So you can see me. Yeah. Well, okay. I always have. My thing is like, I don't think about it because you know what you got. You know what you got. You got my fun at dinner. I was making jokes. Next time we go to dinner, you can rob. What's this? Let's understand. Like that yourself. Hell yeah. Your cat. Somebody say something slick to you. You want me to smack him in his mouth, right? So if I take you on a date and I say, look, baby, we gonna go Dutch. No, exactly. If we walking up to the car and I don't open your car, don't be ready to say, open the door. You better believe that. I am with you. So you made that yourself. I've seen it. This is a kind of concept that, like, when you put it on, damn the rules, Chris, and you're not a 10, and I was like, that was a dope event. Okay, that shit was crazy. And all I could think, you know what I thought of when I saw that? I was like, yeah, but that's part of the deal. Like, this is why you pay. This is why she holds the fort down. The fucking tarantula, those things are. It's my life. Yeah. Like, no, I'm the one that's gonna die. So make daddy a sandwich. And I'm gonna die. Fucking a friend is very good. Here's a picture of you. Finally, all right, who's dying first? I mean, it must be like, what a waste, you know? It's like when you're like, you know, I saw a thing that said if you can bench 225, so they're stronger than like 90%. It's like if you're a billionaire, you want to just buy shit, right? You just tap out of them because you can. So you're ready to you that, you know, at all times. Did you see that dude running for what was it? Governor of New York. Dude, he's just interesting though what you're saying. He's just as a man, but it's great. It's interesting what he has thought though. Because here's the deal. A guy that in physical strength at all, right, does mean something about him. It does mean something about that guy. So this is also liberals in a nutshell. Like, yeah, no, I understand. You do 50%, and then that dude's carrying another 50%. All right. No, this is liberals in a nutshell. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives, you know. True. Eventually, 135. Damn well. Look at him, just struggle city. So annoying. It's already annoying without the volume. But hold on. I gotta tell you, he is all whack like this, and I'm there for it. Well, hold on. Hilarious. But you know, she grew up a certain way. She shouldn't be this. It's real. I'm saying.
There's nothing straight about this. That's it's a cake. I'm saying it's good. Look at the female rappers. There's one that's really good. She's really good. Wait, is that myself? Yeah, she's this for me though, Nick. Play this. She's good. I already don't like it. Look at the outfit. To do with the word Jew.
That's my bars, but I can't buy a full voice.
White female, and they're good. No, but the white girl from seem like I'll be the judge of this. I don't like you guys. She's good. Yeah, she's always rapping. She's good, bro. Voice sounds good. Right, she's it's I love this one. I love her. You know what I mean? Cause she like, yeah, I agree. She's right now. No, I mean no. I can't hear it until I just see a white girl like. So she's good, but she does something. You need to go to the white girl from Island Out when she's on Sway in the morning and she freestyles. She goes so fucking hard, really. Oh, buddy, you gotta educate yourself on white chill, like weird elevator music's what was. I wish I could hear it. This is awesome. You have a great talent. Like, you can get on stage and you know, it's hard to be a comedian. You know,
itself. It's not a meritocracy.
Just about time. I still can't hear.
See this? Is she a rapper?
That's already over 1,000 years.
That's why.
When you wake up,
Asian refers to those ancient people who were basically like
Came up into no one gonna crush on you. I'm like, oh gosh, you really is me. I'm gonna wake up in the morning, got the toothpaste, the I'm thinking it's way. I try to tell you. When I came through, kicking it door.
It's all right. I mean,
it can't be.
well, my thing is this. I've never seen him do that
Let's
before.
start.
Like, like such. Go on. Yeah, stop this.
List of
You know what, though? There is something about what you're supposed to. But what I'm saying is, that's what people are attracted to in all that.
Yeah, I know you guys have traditional microwave. Listen, sucks. Yeah, it sucks. True. I can do it. That's what it looked like afterwards.
So Abraham had a son, Isaac. I grew up.
Well, not learning as much anymore. So yes, I'll give you that.
Genesis.
You don't even think about that you're not going to win. You know,
You know, it's just like that. It's so just like everything about your life. Rhythm is all now. You're thinking about how I get to the show. I'm gonna
Eric, aren't you glad you last week? Did you see Southwest made it? If you're big, you fights now. Yeah, but it's two cheers. So right now, this is my problem with that. Hot take is different. If you're a fat fuck, okay, you know, and he has to pay more. Well, I just think I'm leaning to it. Why not? Because when you go to check in your bag anyway, they make you 6 people. You can have a 6 people. The whole movie is just a plain. Or just yourself, like when you check in your flight online, you have to enter your weight.
135 online. I'm saying, what are we talking about? Yeah, but you know, my problem with it was before they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really, you have to pay for a bag day, 50 pounds. What are we talking about? The total weight of the person in the bag is less than fat fuck. They literally call it baggage.
As 11, I had to get him together. Alrighty. I will see you later, okay?
Excellent. I hope you have a wonderful day. God willing, we'll play tonight.
Well, they should suffer. He deserves it. Just period. Yeah, they should give. But it sucks, man. Even like you're saying 6'2", whatever. I can remember playing one day and it was just I'm a big guy. It's bigger than me guy. They have little seats. Kids just look at each other and like. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be something like that. I was like, but luckily, they don't do anything. That's good. And also looks cool. Yeah. I would get fat just to go on it. I mean, you talk about the meal on this. I mean, there's like a pig that's big. Yeah, welcome to Fat Air. What do you call the pilot fat town? They just have like they don't even give you drinks. They just have to open your mouth. Hell yeah, dude. Look at that. Bad titties next. It's like the too.
Stewart is a we fat all around, dude. There's no heavy duty claim. You don't know. You just have like 20 seats instead of 60. Right. True. Yeah. Yeah, George, all that's yeah, make it plump. You know how to set motivation. Like, I go to the airport and they're just can't get over. You know, I have to take fat. Good you fat air, sorry. Because it's like when you have a connection to fat air. Yeah, it's the fat air. Oh, yeah, it's the motivation for that. It's a fat air wash of shame. You know what I'm saying? We need to motivate society. I live in their house that's connected to the power grid. You're paying an amount per month of power. They figure out how to treat it. They put their dogs on there and shit. Oh, yeah, they figured out. Just when they sit, you know what I mean? You've been working out? No, not as much as casual. No, I just been real. You know, I need you guys to understand something. It's that's it. Oh my god. I'm trying to remember that. No, this is nothing weird. The hardest thing is like discipline to AI. They use AI in the crowd. You know, we were, at the time they're gonna bring all this food, and I was like, oh, I can't eat right now. And I was like, oh, so now I gotta to the Will Smith award. But the Will Smith used the AI in the crowd picture on your website. Yeah. I can see it. Same thing. Oh, you didn't see this? Really? No. Here, and just keep watching because it doesn't look too weird yet. Where is this? No. I mean, just the whole. Just do it. But just look at just watch. If you pause any of that. Watch, just wait. Look. Fake. Look at the upper guy. Dude, take us back to Bel Air. What made a sign like that? Watch this next one. Look at this one. This one is this one. Look at the guy's face. He's sad. You help me survive cancer? Thanks. When it goes praying like it's like Cypress will. You can make it. Wait. Did Will post this? Yeah. Look at you. Look at this. What? She's saying a rape. Will Smith said you can make it, and that's what helped him survive his capture.
This was my favorite part tour, is seeing you all up close.
It's like they're trying to make him fail. Yeah, someone's fucking. Who's that?
it's not all right. I'm saying there's so much stuff on the screen that you can point to. How does this happen though?
It's right, just like, yeah, you guys run with it. Like, all right.
Maybe the same people that everybody's hiring them now. I just don't get basic information, which would really I don't know. Here's the problem with AI now. Now it's like even if it is real, people are gonna say here's an app that like entire Mediterranean basin. Sorry, but it didn't like it. It's why is really useful information. Why is this fake? Expansion of Christianity in particular, which as you can see from those kind of starbursts that that's oh, you know what you should do, man? You should put us three in the crowd or something. But the signs are the worst part because no fucking they don't come on, bro. Nobody's writing this on tour. Well, yeah, not necessarily. Well, I don't think it was he on so bad whether people that really on tonight will be a storm. What is that? Until then, they were it's all
it's all fake.
legal disability shit.
Consider some out of the sign.
Yeah, look at the fresh. Look at the Ian Fresh.
Christianity was recognized.
It's a six.
Not long afterwards, it would become the
This
official
is
state religion of
how long the girls had.
It's really fucked up.
circulated. That would have a distinct impact on Judaism.
I'll sit now at that part of our while. This is the sad. So wait, he's playing in the no, he's doing it to himself, right? At this point. Okay, go down. Go to. No. Where's she playing? Play the lower two arena? Go down. You know, it had. There, go down. There. There. Click. Like the London one. Click on London. Energy. So
he's probably just trying to get the fuck away from his wife.
can I try and give my thoughts about it? Never want that to go away. Never want it to go away. And you continuously chase it. Yeah, somebody that's just fucking breathing, I can still do it. I remember at Jordan's Hall of Fame speech, he was like, I still think I can play. Like, he was like 50. you know, gonna go out like Tom Cruise is gonna die on a sky, and you know it's gonna be like it's gonna be me and a bear, and we're gonna die. On a ski ramp, a bear, and you know, and so I think that's what it is. Oxnard coming to Wings in Minneapolis. I mean, I got shit going on. But they go, say, really don't direct. Oh, really? And the guy walked in, he was like, you know, I love you, and I'm dying of beer. Oh, wow. This guy's a man. You know, he's like, I love you, I called it out. Yeah. So he's like, so I'm thinking for Mr. Potato Head. We're a live action Mr. Potato Head. Your legs off and only use your fucking face to the bottom of your belly. Why would you call you with your arms on your head? Thanks for watching Golden Hour. Bye. See ya. Later, dudes. I'll text you. You better respond.
This is their last freaking chance.
That begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against the Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harsh. It is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that others make up the body of learning of the multiple.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
That's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Greeks and Roman
tell everybody what you do. Tell everybody what your official position is. You So my day job is, much of what my laboratory does is not so much the biology of cancer, but developing instruments that create the data that allow us to analyze the complexities of how the immune system faces. How tumors
from Israel.
So understand what all of that means. So we've been kind of opening the door for decades. And so probably the last 20 years, I've developed a number of instruments and operations that allow everybody to develop 5 cancer-like objects inside of your body, but the immune system and your body has a way of shutting it down. But with enough time, eventually evolve. System to not recognize them, but infatuated environment that actually too much, for instance, just because you're getting ionizing radiation that's changing your DNA, making a mutation. Some of those mutations will initiate cancer. So, for instance, FE21AK, it's a mutation that was it wasn't in my family, and it caused melanomas alone. You know, we didn't find that out until a couple of years ago, but I've been following through over the years, and we basically figured out, okay, 2.5 this But there's that can occur that are on a path towards creating a for basically understanding what these turn-off signals that the immune system answers use to turn the immune system, and if it's showing you feels that the world is taking advantage of it. Yeah, so it's a constant. It's internal cell biology, but your immune system, the same protein immune system uses, for instance, to electro viruses. So you get a virus infection inside the cell. So one of the first things is the MHC proteins inside of the cell. So the ability to show progression of that, you have these precancerous lesions, you have like reactivate. Locally would stop recognizing. That's exactly where that's exactly what that suppression is. That cancer. So what you're doing is people who are under immune suppression are at risk of, let's say, virus infections, bacterial infections, but also for the cancer. So would the potential be to turn that off locally? So you can turn that off to on a specific organ. That would be a great thing to do if we could. Right now, the only things that we have are systemic. So yeah, I mean, for instance, if you could deliver to the organ that you're transplanting basically immunosuppressives locally, that would be great. We don't have that yet. But that would be a form of gene therapy. But the problem would that be that if you, like, let's say you had a lung transplant, if you had a lung infection, it would be catastrophic. I'm going to work in my lab. You're accepted as a graduate student at the Stanford Department of Pathology. I have a few friends that have had organ transplants. Yeah, it's, it's very
disturbing knowing they're so vulnerable to any kind of infection because of these medications that they have to take in order for their body to accept the transplant. One of the problems is that there are literally hundreds of different types of, and really until recently, frankly, I was at all of these types all at once in a single picture. So I came from a laboratory led years over, I was a grad student. I came up with a way to look at, 60 proteins at the time, sort of stepping up what they had already taught me how to do, type in the body, in such types. There's a real world scenario, right? There's a kind of leukemia called AML, acute biologics leukemia. It starts in the middle of and it is a distorted paths. And depending upon the person, the disease is sufficiently different that it might follow a slightly different path towards what the disease itself. And so being able to trace along the way what it takes to become the metastatic leukemia only be accomplished by enough markers that allow to trace everybody along the path. It's kind of like if I wanted to follow you from who you are as an egg through development to who you are today, and I had snapshots every month, I need different markers to measure what you are as an egg versus what you are as an adult. And so each of those different markers in my world would be different from something about an adult leukemia versus a baby leukemia. And then there's something called time, which is a mathematical concept that allows us to move from egg to RNA. And I could just by hand put together the most likely path sequence of who you are from the earliest to the latest. But we needed the data and we needed still have to pay homage to the fact that those differences exist. And so while my cancer might be the same class of melanoma as another person. Actually, my most recent company. Next year. if you to scale up the amount of information that then when layered on top of blood, for instance, 10x genomics alerted T, which is genetic to survive invasive. So challenges is that there are individual differences that one person can survive and evolve. It's the same thing with cancers, and it's the same thing with drugs. You know, for instance, with certain drugs, one of the first things I learned pharmacology way back in the day is that there's always a benefit ratio that you have that the drug has a positive outcome, but there are side effects the most. And will it benefit the most? By the way, there's always side effects that might affect you. More about your specific and if you can show that 90% this kind of subclass will survive, you have to by law choose that diagnostic to make sure that the person is subclass before you give them the 60% drug. Stay out of the set. Recently, people started saying, no, it's actually, you need to become accustomed to virus. Yeah, around the way, the genes of the people that live in class places, my mother, when we were kids, everybody got barbecue. Yeah. Plus, I worked in the, in the fields as a kid. Damage to the skin, and that manifests itself as cancer. Studying it, and it no longer is able to take care of something that 20 years ago would have been able to heal. Right. That makes sense. So is there any this narrative that you need to be in the sun more, resetting your clock in the morning rather than taking melatonin at night, go just use glass to shield up ultraviolet. It's right light for you. You don't ever just go sit in the sun. There you are. No, but I was in the melanoma. You can. Maybe it was that'll stop you. I think there's obviously there's benefit to life. Don't come with that idea. I was just wondering sometimes my dinner last night is, maybe with things like CRISPR, CRISPR, great magic on my body, you can fix the single point mutation in my DNA, and then I could enjoy the sun again. Is that really potentially? Oh, yeah. So that's going okay, but represents a period of tremendous resurgence. So let's go through that period here. Have a look at this map here. You can see the nature of Jewish dispersion as we approach the border. There are standard populations throughout the empire. There is, of course, a strong population still in the land of Israel. There was massive deportation after the Great Revolt ended in 70. Masada was really, by the time the temple burned, that's in addition to the large populations that live in Babylonia and Christian. Christianity, but as well as other events, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite relevant to Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more in the fourth decade, second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Syria, Palestine. That's done. Palestine is there. First, the second, the third. Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes in widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt, probably in year 130, possibly 137, insisted on renaming population in Palestine and Gaza, where a lot of Jews had fled in the conflict. So that's basically what the setting of this. Jews rebelled several times against Rome. We have the Great Rebellion, authority over the region, and often followed up with significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, or obviously as Julian the Apostate, to try to turn the clock back revived paganism in Rome, not so much because he was such a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that all faiths were put down. All faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. Israel ended very roughly in the year 363, 2 years in power, so it didn't come to anything. Rebuilt the temple, they lived in the overall pattern of ascent, and the synagogue or Judaism in decline. Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, Empire. Rome in the west, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century. And the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, was the main center of the Roman Empire. During the period of the Byzantine Empire, where you have more closeness to Christianity, beginning with very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synod churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations to other languages, as it were. I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by force, who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Mishnah. They set up the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part two documents. Itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, among other books, and the Mishnah, to apply the Torah to actual practice. It really began in the 4th century and moved forward. Again,
So
the first is
there are formulations of RNA that are some of the things that maybe might have done.
incredibly important, especially
RNA recognize
diaspora population.
Yes, exactly.
How do you know
Yes, it's the message.
Charlie?
which they deliver. Right, I mean, hunters, listen up. Millions of hunters use the Onyx Hunt app, and here's dial in the wind and a whole lot more. Whether you're chasing elk on public, finding the back corners of your deer lease, doors for permission, Onyx Hunt gives you knowledge and confidence to make every hunt more successful. No more second guessing your boundaries, wasting daylight, or wondering. You'll know every single step. Best hunters aren't lucky, they're prepared. So before your next hunt, get on it, download it today, and use the E for 20% off of this one and turn your whole body into a make sure Passover. If you get back to why it's all there of your whole body anyway. I'm saying anything around this area. And I'm not here to cause any controversy. But, your immune system works. That is a larger statistical population willing to some sure. Why not? That's the question. So, for instance, cancer and vaccines. There's a number of given that I get something chopped off of me 4 times a year. Really? Oh, yeah, you should see me. I look like a some people say, oh, that's not. And that's like, wow. Someone's into cutters. Yeah. So fascinating. But is there another way it could potentially deal with those things, cutting them off? Or is that the only way to remove it from your system? So the issue is that once these lesions are on your system, they won't expand. Yes. Which basically trying to figure out like the factor that I was sniffing at it on and like started like scratching at it and it stopped bleeding. I'll show you the scar. What kind of doctor? One of the most important is it changes the political system. Not CT scans, so CT scans are nose close. Have a giant tumor in their brain. So, for instance, I had cancer. I was actually a restaurant.
It's okay, I'm alive. It's nice to have two metastasized yet. These companies that are out there right now, which that are meant to be inserted. But if I come back 6 months and it's changed, they are I think is probably one of the lower function that they not by a CT scan. Because we're doing them for so long. They still do CT scans. It's necessary. Yeah, but maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right, so that, because the CT scans are causing oxidative damage, and you could rely on a local antioxidant to regulate inflammation. Right. Wow. Well, this was also a problem with X-rays, right? Like X-ray texture. I see some of those images of people's hands because the technician used to use their own hand to check to make sure the X-ray was functional. Over the years, what the fuck is wrong with my hand? And let's go. Well, it's interesting because what's happening with X-rays or CT scans is a for kind of that causes cooperate rather than to divide each other's space. So in the process of that happening, those two cells come together, or three or four cells, maybe I should say, together we're better than alone. But if we're actually social compacts, because things got more and more complex, breaking of a complex could actually then see a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than thinking of cancer as being as a whole, the ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. One size fits all drug that will solve cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring agricultural contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's the thing. You have to have a flexible enough mindset to get stuck in this forward evolution. As opposed to it's a breaking of contracts, you might miss out on an opportunity for how to treat
writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language of Portuguese classic, how he's paid for the building, paid for the plumbing system, and all kinds of things.
Because you have to take
exactly
sure
how it's dated. It's roughly dated to the first century of the Common Era.
tumors.
It was founded the honestly don't know well, so I don't know I have my colleagues built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman War, and then this was
I was told by someone who hardly trust that there is, and then we tried to Google it and said there's not. That's not surprising. Probably there hasn't been the right kind of study yet, and there is not for sure. I mean, certainly any hormonal balance is not a balance.
system. I mean, so for instance, back to my specific disease, there's all kinds of things like NSCLN, acetylcysteine, betaine, all these other drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of what my cancer is, every single one of those is a disaster for the cell risk. Yeah. Not good. So, because there's all these feedback mechanisms, right? People often say, scientists are not just the right hand, complexity of the cell, and knowing the complexity of life, and seeing all this feedback mechanism, knowing that underneath that is a universe with etc. that something I just the RAM is there, and the other thing is for sure. It's not necessarily that's relatively low to spirituality as opposed to, as a civilization. So, but, chart. Isn't it? So, you're making all kinds of it's a witch's brew of nastiness. But the reason why it tastes good is because more protein. I believe so. Okay, that could be. I believe that's the case. But certainly it kills bacteria. Vultures that seem to have digestive systems that can handle that sugar, which seems to be a real problem. I avoid too much sugar. Is that sugar free? No. But is that what all the others? Stevia. Yeah, stevia is stevia. I don't think so. I haven't seen anything about that. But, look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too. That today, maybe wrong today, but because we're all ways back. Check results on text. I like it's a good science because that's part of the problem. People are very, very reluctant to accept new evidence. Right contrary to that. Yeah, it's all ways that I often say, in the context of something that will get the data off.
now that I've stayed back and see the picture, now I can create a model that incorporates. You can learn a lot about yourself in therapy, like how to be kind to yourself. That's betterhelp.com/. And so humanity has a habit of backing itself into a corner. Suddenly, finding this unique element and controls data and go, okay, well, it seems violet suppressor cells are recorded here, T regulatory cells are recorded here. Okay. Or say, able to expert times. Which have thousands of variations of themselves. Each subtle variation means something. Now in 3 hours, we can get pictures and So your body has two turns out that tumors. The body has evolved a mechanism to create. And so we use mind defenses that we know that you have. Without basically that's fascinating. We use what we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now artificial questions. We curate those to make sure they're good. We do 100 to prove, disprove the hypothesis visual cameras use and turn it into a company, because that's kind of artificial. I'm totally unapologetic about that. I got me in a lot of trouble with stuff. Scientists are the best at commercializing and turning it into a product, because we're testing it, in large communities. So the AI that we developed, we thought, it's moving so fast. Why don't we just make it used? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes. So why don't we just put on the people that are from the resistance to the commercialization was the initial argument. So when research as opposed to translational research was considered research. push. So that's this concept of event, matched events have to be either we can be part of an arc enable within the medical school, both the basic research, which we were great at, as well as bring we're no more happy than when somebody recognizes the value. Basic research there was a push against two of the biggest patents at stake. They had the fluorescence activated cell sorter, and then what are called humanized antibodies, which were hundreds a lot of that money. So I don't know to still do basic research, but commercialize on the side. And so I wanted to bring that back with one department that I came in. The courageous decision to ignore the instinctual. He just was I couldn't see the end I wanted to do. So I developed a way to retroviruses and make libraries of retroviruses to revive once they help the cell. I would figure solve hundreds of targets that way using retroviral libraries to basically find targets and use implications at the end. Yeah, and you can do that large scale. It's called 293 retroviral producer system. It's amazing. And really followed on the work of this guy, Richard Mulfrey, who developed what's called the 3G3-based retroviral production system. He developed it all per so there's a lot of sort of integrating here. But the problem with that was it took 3 months. So I had brought online called 293T that I introduced to the lab today. Maybe we could use this to make viruses. And so that now, tens of thousands. From me every year. And licenses are forever. Whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan, so there's never been a good choice. So do you think it was just a bias academic bias focusing on money? We should be focusing on the work. Yeah, actually learn. I mean, it's I'm sure there's you're still limited. I mean, you should, and you're not licensed patent or the idea to the company. You can still be involved with the company, but there's not a pipeline of there's there's places for that. That's just a fact. Yeah. Who just want to know about products launch protein structure? Once you have a protein structure, now you have to. So go back to the stuff that I'm trying to do with looking at complexity. Toward shutting down up in front of us because the data is letting us look at that of how this before just a connection with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that capacitor. Would actually assist create how to create something. Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I need to press, but two or three at the same time. Right. And so when you're talking about that work, so we're in Texas, so people do oil refinery. They need to turn this valve here a little bit, and that valve there, and that one there, to make everything work just right because something's wrong over there. And so that's really what this is where AI has the, let's say, the omniscient view that no human can. And that's what excites me about it, is because I'm limited in how much I can keep in my mind at one time. But with the right question, the prompt engineering, and then with the right backbone structure behind the scenes that I AI providing. Now I have the ability to ask them, I wish I was 30 years old again, because I would move into this area so fast. And there's, I can already see the work that we're doing. Dozens of I would love it. to my thought processes, not only what it is that I think, but maybe even provides information back to me, back into my system directly without having to go through the years, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you can imagine with that as well, but I'm an optimist at heart, perhaps, again, naively so. Me too, but I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there'll be no progress. Because all you'll do is worry about disaster. Yes, that's a good point. But also realistic. And, I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hopefully in an unbiased way. I've said that too. And because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI. More or less benign. Check it out. Guys are also hilarious, and Ian Banks especially is hilarious in his writing style. You would love it. At the same time, and ubiquitous in America, the torch bearer for the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen. Because humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways, right. At least some of us. That's because we live in a scarcity society. Right. And if AI enables a post-scarcity, we have nothing to do but sit around and raise new drugs. Who are you, right, to be son of the earth out and sell it for $100 a barrel?
Yo.
Right. Don't get me started.
Yo.
Don't get me started either. Is that, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us environment. I think so too, and I think in doing so, it will expose vampires. Because the resistance to expose, and they have no choice but to start to AI is going to be inculcating itself, where eventually even the CEO, who's probably, the psychopath in chief,
Yo.
Or CEOs,
Yo, dog.
know that the studies have shown that there's more
Yo, dog.
psychopathic tendencies in leaders than there are in followers. And you know about corporate environments because of just selling inventions. Yes. That's real. Oh, it's real and it's weird. It's weird when you encounter them. When you encounter like complete sociopathic CEOs. But look at how, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but I don't care. This is a Joe Rogan show where, you're going to probably in trouble just for I don't care. So, imagine two tribes. One tribe is relatively, pathic leader who can enrage his followers of the other tribe's people. to attack the other one. But there's a gene set that makes a person, psychopathic, and also a gene set that probably makes them more likely to be a follower. Well, which genes survive? Right, we don't. Right, and suddenly now, when those tribes were separated and independent, it was perfectly fine. But now you live in an environment where we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another ends. And suddenly you have this environment where psychopathic individuals can move freely. And social scientists will send you boatload of emails. It is stupid, but I think also when you're dealing with office environments and the culture of a specific corporation, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed to act in that world. And it makes it very difficult to discern who's a sociopath, right? Because you're all kind of following an act, right? Yes. The rules, there are the rules that you're supposed to follow, and then there's the edge of the rules. Now, but I've lived at the edge of the rules. I mean, I followed my rules as told to me by the chairman of my first department. And I wouldn't be here today. So I ignored him, and I basically I got permissions from the deans to do what I did. And they basically overruled the chairman. But that's only because I dared him to do it. Yeah. Because you have to believe in the value of what you're trying to do. Right. Well, that's it. See, this is the problem that I have with corporations. I think as a structure, when you have something that has an obligation to its shareholder to consistently make more money every year, constantly, you're in a constant growth cycle, then you have to do whatever it takes. Like, you have to survive. If you want to survive as a CEO, we don't want some fucking kumbaya shithead our stock profile or portfolio. Get to work, right? Get you. Survive and succeed as a CEO, it encourages sociopathy. The stock market, as valuable as it is the great whitewashing and stock market is doing much of it. And if you're a part of a corporation, there's this diffusion of responsibility because if the whole machine might be doing evil, but I'm a good guy, I just work in this department. I'm an unapologetic capitalist, unlike many of my colleagues. Good for you at Stanford. I mean, it's like you can do it because it's the best thing for now. But I hope to live in a world where there will be this kind of post-scarcity environment where is automation and the growth of the American workforce and the global workforce. Yeah, that scares the shit out of me. Yes, that scares the shit out of me because I think it's inevitable, and I just don't think any solution other than I'm not going to have to deal with some of the problems. I think you're going to have to deal with it, dude. I think you're going to live. Thank you. Yeah. I think there's a balance, right? There's a battle. I think there's a real problem AI in terms of military objectives. It's a real problem because it's not going to make moral and ethical decisions. I programmed to do this. Yeah, if you want me to succeed, I'll just kill everybody there, and then you'll have the land. You can get minerals out of it. Right. Yeah, that scares the shit out of me. I think it should, and I don't know what the answer is, but there's plenty of people working in the area. I mean, I try to keep to the positive aspects of what I think AI can do in science. need to produce. I mean, so it's actually already reduced the workforce in my own lab because I don't need to produce any more data anymore. I need to make meaning of the data. Right. But I think every invention that's been truly groundbreaking throughout human history this year, and they've worried about the potential negative side effects, including printing press, right? Like, right. There's a lot of people in the beginning that said this should not be a thing. This is terrible. It's going to ruin society. People are going to ruin things. Right. There's a lot of people that thought was going to ruin your memory. You shouldn't write. Oh, really? I didn't know. Some crazy thoughts that people have in terms of beneficial, but they looked at the downside of it. You know, this can, you know, I mean, we know about these classes and AIs and other things that would be sort of omniscient to other environment, and therefore allow you to remember what an sprint can be rewinded in a personal hard drive. I would want that, but I don't want it uploaded into data. You don't want anybody in control of it and operate things right. You know, maybe you have a thought like, boy, ho-ho would be nice right now. Right. And then like, why don't you buy some ho-ho? Right. They're on sale right now. But I think what's interesting about AI is, you know, we see it as a tool as opposed to actually pretty soon it will be a colleague. And then pretty soon it will be an entity that has rights. We already see it. Talking about people saying, well, there's AI have consciousness, right? Of consciousness that's something about it's, you know, embodied in space-time, as opposed to thinking like consciousness is almost irrelevant to me. I'm looking for a particle that I can interact with, work with, or help with. So it's to I can use and work with it. You know, I'm an introvert as a child. So I would love to have someone to endlessly about just what it is that I'm interested in, as opposed to deal with small talk at a party. Yeah. It seems like integration is our only option for survival. And what we're looking at right now is just a normal biological person without any sort of electronic interface that's permanently part of us. I think that is going to be as weird as someone today who doesn't have a cell phone. Yep, I agree. And I think that's a really scary. The cell phone is like the best thing. Like Elon famously said, we're already cyborgs. We just carry it with you, right? And eventually, it'll be glorious. Yeah, this is super. To it, asking a question, waiting for you in comparison to a human neural interface that allows you to instantaneously act. But then we have how about one universal language that everybody with a chip can? No problem with language barrier, problem with cultural barrier. But then do you have a problem with done a lot of work with UAPs and the like? In your analysis of what this whole, when I look at our intelligence and I look at this thing that's clearly taking place right now, and I see what human beings are like in comparison to what they used to be like, especially when you look at like ancient hominins, the alien archetype, this thing that everybody sees, supposedly, or one of the many different kind of looks like what we seem to be of being, right? Yeah, it's one of the reasons why. So, if you just for a moment take UAP aliens out, or ET, or internationals, whatever you want to call that, question fast forward what humanity's going to do in 1,000 years, and our ability to expand into the local galaxy. We're not going to go as ourselves. We're going to go as AI conjoined entities that have an and so when you go somewhere, let's say we don't have a warp drive, you're not going to send yourself. You're going to send an AI intermediary who's going to establish humanity or whatever it is we think humanity is in 1,000 or 5,000 years in our environment. That's why I think the extent to whatever it is that you are here today is somebody else's civilization's version of just this. And that you wouldn't, the principle us behind whatever this is that dealing with is so to the extent that Neil deGrasse Tyson, the person who gets on the ship at the beginning or whatever it is that sets it up, is not the same thing that gets off on the other side. But you're going to send missionaries or intermediaries or probes or whatever, and then if you're going to interact with the locals, you're going to make something that looks more or less like rather than something that whatever it was that Does that make sense? Right. I get what you're saying. So make something that looks like the sun, now more likely accept that it's a real thing. It's real, but not you're not going to make something that looks like human because then you just stick it as human. Make something that looks more or less enough like an alien that you're going to recognize it as an alien. Just so right. So the Daily Mail don't say supposed to be having crime. Saying it's ridiculous, but that's how they have to do. They get everybody else in nature. But how did you even get involved in this? Let's bring it to that. So, what was your initial introduction to this? Did you have any interest in the idea of UAPs or UFOs? I have in general. So once YouTube started becoming a thing, and you're looking around and said, oh, UFOs, that's kind of cool. I think nothing sci-fi, pathetically down there in that sense. And so I followed across this thing called the Anomaly. What's claimed to be an alien. This is the Peruvian. It was those two guys. So this is the original. So I reached out to and I said, hey, I can tell you what it is. Why don't you, I can tell you if it's you or not. If you would get me a piece of it, first of all, send me some x-rays. Of the thing. This was turned out that at Stanford, he had the world's expert opens at him. And I said, what do you think this is? And he said, I've never really seen this before, but it could be this gene, this gene, this gene, etc. There it is. And so, yeah, it looks weird, doesn't it? And so, the expert told me, okay, I need this. You have an X-ray, this view, this view, this view. And so we got that and came back and said, okay, well, we need to get some sequences. So likely to be contamination or contamination. Long story short, I have to bring in, I did that. It didn't make sense, but it wasn't that old, actually. It was degraded. So I had to bring in experts at Stanford who knew how to diagnostics. I had sold the sequencing company to Roche. A few years earlier, so I brought in the team that actually knew how to help me assemble the genome, and we published a paper that might explain what the mutations in gene, and then the UFO community. That's not being big, not being an alien. But of course, that picture that you showed me, there was 5 papers, and literally the title of one of the things stands for Scientist Sequences Alien DNA. And so, but the paper stands the test of time. Nobody's disproven with this that I should expect that some people want to say that I was a CIA or I was paid off by CIA, etc. But what that it was, and I didn't realize, but I kind of with the government and analysis of UAP that I wasn't that had stuff, etc. Long story short, the majority of the 100 or so people that I had privy to their medical records ended up being the first of the fantasy creations. They heard things in their head, etc. But they had shown me the data literally that they analyzed the proton X-rays and the damage in the brain. So it was clear. I mean, it was not just data, it was evidence that something had happened. It wasn't somebody's story, it was evidence that was repeatable. And so that took us about 3 or 4 years to figure out what they were. It was at about the time that actually the Havana events were occurring, and we were seeing patients were matching what it was. Individuals. So in a way that was good. And those 90 or patients who matched, we could hand over to the national security people. And it became a real thing. Now there's like a key website that has anomalous health incidents where people can come forward and report the stuff that they've got. Is the Veterans Administration to seek medical help. They've been issued a what do they think it is? It's an energy with some kind of microwave or other energy. That sounds crazy. No one would admit or no one would deny that we have the ability. It's basically if you take the front of your microwave and turn it on. Individuals and because if you think it was important, so these are targeted with specific intention to kill someone because they had some function that they wanted to out of their way because they were innovative, but it's been used all over. You know, I still get emails from saying this happens to me. Here's our medical records, and so I know they know that I'm a safe place to approach because then I know where to send them on the inside. But what was interesting was that once we had set that aside, and I've advised the Senate Intelligence Committee, I've advised them the House on I wrote my paper 4 years ago. But what was interesting were the remaining 10 people who had a series of other problems, and several of them had said that part of their problem was because they come in contact with what they claim to be a UFO. Like they just noticed they have a UFO over my head. Or
Berlin over here. And,
They said, okay,
so,
we trail.
but, your people showed up and you had a shit like on drugs. He became like mentor, who essentially took me out of the wilderness. I could have gone down 20 different rabbit holes. And he, for instance, San Francisco, regularly told me formulation of how to think about this. From 20 different, or 100 YouTubes or what have you. It introduced me to great people that eventually led me to meet Rothschild. And I actually, 2 weeks before that article came out in the New York Times, met Crystal City overlooking the Pentagon, and he showed the videos that were about to come out. That was my first time that I met him. And then through then, I met Dave Grush, Carl Nell, Dave and I were in regular contact. I just want to say up front, I hope that the Trump administration understands the motivating itself from the understanding on top of that. What would that do to change our own civilization? I mean, silicon, grain of sand. Right? Can you imagine that there's other inventions, other ways of manipulating reality that we don't appreciate yet because the physics just isn't there yet? If we can understand that, the government, but we need to keep this behind closed door organization. We don't want to disrupt energy production. But maybe there's too much secrecy. And maybe there's an aspect of that that may be taken advantage of. So Carl Nell and I have positive arguments about this, about that, well, it's not black and white that we keep something secret or we let it into the public domain. Maybe there's a middle domain where you have a public-private partnership opportunity, and actually that's now, Carl has now adopted this, at least in part, companies come to form, this is called reform, where they put money as options to fund, let's say, public scientists to come in behind the scenes with the right fellows and clearances to study something that would propel society forward. But this is assuming 2 things. One, that we have actually recovered these things. And then enough is that from a society from somewhere else that's far more, it might not be that it's from somewhere else. It might be that it's from somewhere here. A gem that we don't have access to. Right? Yes, this is assuming that all this stuff is real. Right. But when you're talking about the government engineering of things, like, so the big argument, this is the narrative. The big argument has been that they have recovered these things and that these things are now in the hands of defense contractors. And that there's been blind Congress, and it's always going to stay secret because if it didn't, everybody would go to jail and everyone would get sued. Yeah, right? Is that fair? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, I would say amnesty would be one way to. This is, were you in the Age of Disclosure documentary? Briefly, yes. Yeah, okay. Which I thought was very good. Very good. And I can't wait for that to come out and talk to people. How can I say it? I don't know. I don't know what. Whoever it is, go Netflix. Go buy that. Yeah, really good. Yeah, exactly. It's really good. It's a great show. I mean, for officials, I think I said this. Videos, basically coming forward. Like for legit saying some remarkable things, sending around. You name it. More recently, Tulsi Gabbard coming out and saying, there's someone on. I think one of the most fascinating things is how from somewhere else, really they're not of this world, and we're talking about sure everything would fall apart if we knew we were alone. Not only are we not might be responsible for us being here, right? Where you can imagine there's a lot of what humanity's reaction would be. People are more worried today about putting food on the table than they would be about ethereal or supposed they would mostly, I think. On the assumption that they're not going to basically show up at your local revealing that we're not alone. It's actually more helpful for you to put how many TV shows right now are about the apocalypse. Right. He knows too. Yeah. That's the thing. He has to be very careful. Make sure that it's people like him.
Oh, it's the hazers. What up, big dog?
And I sat around the table. The opportunity. As I started with David Grush and Mayor Skinny Fish, David, of course, had plug in soul2025.org. Go look if you want to go to any of this is real. Academics or professionals or just lay people interested in something whatever could come and talk about it, reptilians or this or that. But to, like some of the things you raised, the ethical member of the Catholic hierarchy, write a paper on into Catholicism and religion. We've had Timothy Gallaudet, who was actually our advisor, to talk about USOs. All of those issues we talked about your space. Running
there's a group in the UK psychiatrists. The anti-hysteria or schizophrenia. I was lucky enough, my next door neighbor, with her husband, and like one of the first things that she says, "Hey, what do you do?" Well, I happened to mention the UFO thing, and she just sort of like said, "I never seen that." Might be a good. Okay. And they realized that approaching this from a very scientific manner instead of dealing with it, that there's some sort of reality to this. That's separate than the scientist that says, well, if I want to talk about this scientifically, here are the things that I need to prove and disprove. So that has led, for instance, to my production study of materials that lay and brought to me some metals, things that had chains of evidence associated with some UFO landing. And so, interestingly, some of these metals are very unusual. Etc. Now, that's not proof of anything, but it's so it's that plus the medical. Those are the kinds of reality-based tests that I can do to my colleagues to say of anything. Evidence like a court of law is just evidence that you provide to the jury, of course. Right? So, what is like
early science, much earlier than
Oh God, okay, oh God. What's that? Where is he? There's a thing in here. Okay, boom. Oh God, dude. He's not even in this area to go listen. Like, probably go here, you go here.
Many of them, after
If these things are, let's say we get some advanced material, how do I prove that this advanced material was made some superior intellect? Or how it's made is more advanced than most advanced computer. So how do you determine that? You need some sort of image that where the positions of the atoms are, what the structure that that's something I can measure. I can have it. I can have the materials, the alloys that the government consider uses in structure or DNA or a chromosome that looks like. I'll be able some sort of an injury that was associated with the event. What was their thing? They had the implant or that could there's a way you could have gotten something like that. Just by exposing yourself to flames, for instance, or blowtorch. And so it's these kinds of events that, and the unfortunate issue with these is that they're not repeated. They're one-off anecdotes. And you certainly can't put a person in a place where they become paint. These kinds of events to occur. And you know about the Travis Walton story, right? Pretty much. Yeah. What do you think of that? You know, he's kept to his story over all the years. That's why it's so confusing. Yeah, I mean, he's know that he's profited off of it. I find it fascinating
story. I have resisted providing
that
lectures on alcohol. Primarily because it's very difficult to convey an appropriate
examination. Right. They're all such told the same story. Just when people say that there's no evidence of risk, evidence, my first question to them is,
I'd like to do over the next
correct. Trying to set out, we're going to discuss it over the course of your lectures.
It's just the story.
Why do we call it the Holocaust? We all know what we're saying. But where did this strange name come from? A term that took 20 years to come into circulation. Prior to that, it was largely a name because people lacked the vocabulary to describe how the word that American uses, the terms that American, one might think,
I believe in the data and the evidence, and
in a similar fashion, one might this where they call it when they have a Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the lineage of thought that somehow a historical continuity, the great destruction of the Babylonian exile, Roman exile, so is the approach of Europa. However, this has strong religious content felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that we use to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Rabbbi, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term, which he used to coin that term based on the meaning people, and seeding meaning we have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill one. So it turns out terms like this. So genocide are people. As you can see here on the slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this chaos, but they're also going to have a cultural element as well. Where does the term actually come from? That appears in these Vulgate transformation religious in nature, but has follow English metaphor to its construct is very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, I feel if it is somehow pleasing to God, that means that those who bring the sacrifice or the kohanim, the priest, those of Jews, is very, very difficult. Has its objections. Another term very popular in Israel is the term shoah, also popularized by the very famous film by Klaus Mann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. Enough in the Hebrew scriptures, but it did not have this final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by a Hammer. The Holocaust itself. To say final solution, there was a question or a problem that had to be deeply about. Not only is the borrowing terminology of appropriate terms throughout the 20th century, what are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust? Very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian their terror. Laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had, some less than that number, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a precision of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century. Secondly, it is amazing to contemplate how the Nazis' audacious goal horrific Rathbone conference when 10 Nazis got together to live and how they could possibly down the Holocaust. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many that were conquered by the Nazis at the time. Such as the English, which was conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its purpose. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, this is something that I hope that I'll be able to explore in much greater detail. It was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of passion using tool and use Birkenau. See that they were literally setting up factories of death. Using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution. The conveyor belts, the same
compels me
Really? Because this is a source of great confusion for many.
reason why
There are definitely some arguments to say that yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that
is there
plays
something
into
you
a
would
particular
extract from that kind
approach
of
to
metal?
this history called the
Heating it up to a
intentionalist model,
certain
which
degree,
was
I might
certainly
extract
became very
it might be part of
terrible
a repellent
anti-Semite,
system.
but this
It might
was
be part
very,
of
very close
the
to
way
his
that they
core
generate
identity.
the fields
He
that
did
allow
not
these
actually
things
think
to
it was
these whole
possible to
minds,
achieve this
speculation.
until quite a
it's
bit
like
later, in fact,
when
well
you see
into the
something
hostility itself.
do something you don't
Because
understand
once say
what
the
it is, you have
Holocaust
to be
begins,
fully open.
the beginning of hostility was September 1st, 1939. And there are some
I have the
reasons
original.
however, it is important to understand that the Holocaust
So
and the
it's
Second
real.
World War
People
are
said, oh, it was
overlapping phenomena. They're being not
That's how
made. That's how it was made. There's the violence next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, understand it properly, of course, 1945, the war, and class. I hope that you will have these lectures. It is very difficult to
that's what's so interesting.
very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens.
And I have actually two other ones of a molten restaurant off of one case in Australia. And I'm not allowed to say, but it was the one actually happened supposedly. I'm kind of fun that he said stuff.
Now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend right now at the initial moments of this series. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the review of who were victims.
Iron or whatever. So there's what is that?
The first those victims, they were in fact Germans. The nature of
Getting in the way of
Nazi
something. Have you brought in
this
anyone who's like
amazing
a real
quote
expert
that
in material
resonates with me
sciences
from
that
Mahatma
like
Gandhi.
theorize like
The true measure of any society how it achieved its most vulnerable members.
actually
These people
the purpose of
who
shows like this is
developmental
to
disabilities by
to
the Nazi state. Origins of why in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is about the
specifically in this
natural
case
world.
an actual
There are other
physical thing that anyone
thinkers
can measure,
who
right?
developed that was somehow predisposed to being success. Let's try to how Darwin's ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics pioneered by Sir Francis Galton that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes had limitations, intellectual, physical, or otherwise. And from some of the propaganda came out of that era, which had a backing in the scientific community, and it's not the place, but it is important to mention that societies, including America, put into practice, for example, sterilize an individual to be beneath the value of a given society. And it all light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human beings without seeing any of the negative repercussions. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of society or another name. People who have these supposed desirable characteristics. The label is designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly Eastern region, conquered, and they had these desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised Aryan, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this, perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany before it began, two individuals called Wilking and Alpha wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Weltenlebens. Terrible title. Means the permission to destroy who are living right, unworthy abilities, or somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate. And somehow it would be better for destroy to other members of society. Horrific. Which was named issued directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any information
clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation or abuse. And the only reason that it stopped was public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over, over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. That's what the statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Rothschild, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on. By secret. Knew what was going on, that these children were sent away to clinics, and then a remarkable many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including disabilities, later adults with disabilities. Any precision, but not for the somebody has to be there. I said, well, could you have a single mutation or something? I said, no. But it's most likely somewhere just about 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that. So the wide diversity of census taking across this extremely difficult period of revolution and population migration means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable skilled closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews skilled as higher than 7 million. So use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable primarily in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nations on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a clean model in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves in a Kahila-type formation, a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of citizenship. Perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1979, and then 2 years later, Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made. This meant that the internal organization community had to cease because it wouldn't make sense to have, a state. So Jews were forced to make decisions about affiliating with the Jewish community
society and how they relate as a whole. A lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews lived always very urban people, always very literate and very near of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Switzerland to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe in the 20th century, a wide-scale, massive migration, very dynamic, very diverse, very changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to use Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, some understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Empire of the Soviet Union. So what's the major difference between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to Jewish population? First of all, the population in Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th, significantly larger for population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they are very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very big in the downtown cores of many of the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms, of course. Back then, they were called liberal. The overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language. Their use of Yiddish really declined. And nowhere, however, the Hebrew, the mother tongue, Hebrew, the ancient language, always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, Yiddish and the vernacular. It was revived by the Zionist at the turn of the 20th century, and of course, it became the revived language of the modern state. In Eastern Europe, we're looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there's a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, their peers, were politically quiescent, not specifically involved in any political organization. So when we look at the Jew election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be socialist bent as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a the term Sephardim comes from the term biblical term as well. And even though Jews were emptied from the idol in the 15th century with the Great Addiction, nevertheless, Sephardic, the experience of Ashkenazim and Sparta Holocaust is quite distinct. At half of Europe, most particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their part. Sephardic Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And then the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to this, but for the most part, with the exception of the Greeks, who were Sephardic in the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also all racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. So very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. Gypsies themselves refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust, because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews or many other people to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, in civil service and so on, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem was exacerbated in Roma. They were characterized as asocial, meaning they're the
of peoples that were considered to be somehow equal to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this society did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded, much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period. And Hitler simply expanded on inclusion. Finally, it's that there were a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that did not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrates the locations of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war, you can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were fixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. They were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists, also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals. Even in the Nazi program, as a criminal could be thrown. Exist as a I think there is a generic category, asocials as a whole. Anyone basically that is a person who was, for example, a Jew and a political actor by the Nazis.
Instruments, but not yet possible. But I could see a path to making this, because I know once I got it, it would become better to everybody, that's what made my career in immunology.
The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and the followers of it specifically as means that are especially Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures, tremendous tenacity by shifting to a place of time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews on what the society was telling it. And in this, have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Lasner, for example, has identified what I call conventional anti-Semitism and generic Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatred that we see between all kinds of people. And certainly, as a whole, that became able that people will hate it. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of chimera, that is created by putting different parts together in real life. This is kind of like that pathological art type of anti-Semitism that ages particularly in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism that, unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow becoming an anti-Semite
and impetus to this hatred, and made it much more art and color. First, xenophobia, which was characteristic of the ancient Jews. Secondly, early Christian which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism and emergent Christianity as a broader religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval. And then finally, modern ethnic, which really from the 19th century onward. And we will Nazi anti-Semitism, the next lecture is what our xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and Romans just don't understand Jews. And resent them for their lack of conformity. The fact that Jews would not sit down to eat, not over meals with Romans. This is considered the fact that they would not bow down. Take an example. Through the argument, there is this famous phrase here. You can see Jewish captives taking the, they viewed them as military enemies, and they crushed their political enemy in the year 70 after a long and drawn-out provincial war. They celebrated with this kind of monumental argument. Type of hatred. Here, by the way, is after research by University, it was able to analyze flax that reached out to the non-Jewish that became a massive worldwide century. Separation daughter religion and another religion was not without talking to people about their right. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was looking at it from the Christian perspective, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theology, famous His contract Ecclesia, who is shown here, controlled by a serpent, like a strong for there, the devil has so to speak, in her promise. Often she's depicted having the Ten Commandments fall from her hand and so on. No longer favors the that shows Ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right side. This is wearing but this is a kind of a Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And Rothschild was riding on a sow, also very important in Germany. And here's one that I found especially from a stained glass window in a church in Berlin, Germany. He was riding on a tetrabard, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagogue, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of discipline. Even though these images tend to be that violent, they're essentially church images. They're people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically is when it really gets down to level of people. This is what I'd like to call is much more widely. So, for example, you see a range the Jews were arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. Horrible, terrible lie, but as no basis became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several first century. This has been a myth that's very big. And you can see the horrible depiction that popularized the incident, showing all of these Jews so a sense of how this is just go out and disappeared. Just using an artist named 2020 actually painted a modern version of it. You'll find it on our website. So you can know how to measure it. Headlines like this website. Painting. Children, it's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that survive on the moon as it were. And the Second Revolution and later the Enlightenment, there was a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane,
Anti-Semites need to find
we have sensors that see and
reasons
hear
to
each other,
justify their hatred of Jews.
but our
As Jacques
consciousness
Alfau
somehow
put
is
it
embedded
in
in
his famous
space
book, Réflexion,
to say that there's not signals passing to and from,
the anti-Semite don't
necessarily
find a
appreciate
way to justify
so
it.
that just
So,
because I
with
can't
modern
think
times,
you
the two
organizations of some people
justify
that are a little bit
anti-Semitism
better at
were
hearing
scientific in nature, I put that in quotes,
than
and
others.
they were related
Well, it's just
to
also
the
probably
idea
the
of a
reason why
conspiracy.
when you go to the
First of all, we
woods,
should
there's
understand
no cell
the
phone
term
signals.
anti-Semitism.
It's
This
different.
is a brand new
Because you're
term which was
probably
coined as an
vaguely
anti-Semite
interact,
who
right,
wanted
that,
to find
you know,
a
might certainly be
alternative
good for you,
to
right?
terms
But they're out there and they're part of the world you
which
live
meant
in.
essentially Jew
And
hatred.
you just
And these
keep a
terms which were
radio,
considered,
right? So you're not getting them, you don't have a
like
cell phone, so you can't just make
using
calls
the
with it,
N-word,
but
right?
you're
Use that
experiencing
for
it,
like
right?
conversation.
Well, and
So
our
terms that sort
civilization
of
is
justified
drowning
and
us.
cleansed
Yeah, and so
based
maybe,
on
you know, that
linguistic
drowns
theory
out. That's why
that
meditation
their
is why people
group,
one
it
of
was
I saw an
Arabic.
interview
He
that
said,
you did
I'm
where you were
against
describing
Semitism,
the sighting
by which he meant the
off the
philosophy
coast of
that
San
goes
Diego
along
in
with being
2004,
a Semite.
the
And
Nimitz
by
sighting,
Semite, he meant
where
only
you said
Jew,
that
not
the
Arab.
amount
So
of
that's
power,
where the term
why don't you
comes
describe
from.
it
It's
this
an
way, the
attempt
amount
to
of power that
whitewash
that thing
Jew
had
hatred.
to
It has now become
drive
a
us to
kind of
move
a
the way
protein
it did,
in
right?
itself,
So
but
it's on
that's not the
radar,
way it was
it's on
used
radar.
for the first
So
60 odd
these
years
are
of its
actually
existence.
calculations
But
by
the two
Kevin,
elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being a quasi genetics were developed. The idea was somehow in their DNA qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in kind of image under the skin race, and that they had to be somehow treated as a race. Well, nevertheless, political dominate Christianity. As you see on an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, the protocol of the other design. The Jewish program subjugate the world. The idea of a computer game, showing the Rothschild capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing with the blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic areas of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited, but as we shall see in the next lecture, we expanded on this really politically.
Today. Because if you ask the average person today, do you envision a world where war doesn't exist? Most people are saying no, right? The vast majority, except for a few delusional hippies, are going to say no, right? But if you ask them, okay, given this super intelligent AI takes over the world and proves to be benevolent and really just wants to accentuate the wonderful beings of Earth and make it better for everybody. Yes.
However,
then yes. Why would it want war? Right? So maybe something like that has to take place.
The first is
Into a situation where
one of the
this is how you
elements
really travel.
that Hitler expanded was the fact that Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was pretty. So too, the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this cover, which Hitler survived the power. The sin against the blood
of the times from someone named see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture, but clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and a large nose and thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of civilization. Like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion feeds on it, is very prominent in this particular. Another example, in the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Der Gift.
That sucked in Stanford just because of him.
Is that the average person Jews are
This guy sucks. He's like, hey, all I'm doing is studying cancer, and I got cancer 50 fucking times.
It's hard to tell apart. You have to be an expert to apart. And of course, the message of this to children. Very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice. It's very dangerous now, kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that those kids they live in places where there's decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures and spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, the Rabbbi, showing as a spider. Here's an earlier one, Jew as a louse, which I find this artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse, and if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye. That identifies Jew microbe itself. It reads tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer. They're all curable, but we have this kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infected condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic. To show you a couple from our own times. Here is a contemporary image. It's not China. Here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jews with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. Here's another one. If you have the bird, give a hug. Spread the food to every Jew. And it will cost.
This guy sucks. I mean, he's okay, but he's...
Coronavirus is a respiratory transmission.
You know who doesn't suck? Sam Tripoli. That guy's hilarious.
It's 20th century. The second major element.
You, my little blue thing. I don't give a who what you do say. All that.
Jews are linked in an conspiracy. That's in fact
What's that?
Images titled several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves.
You, my little blue thing. So I don't forget who. Oh no, this is Sam Tripoli. Is this the guy?
Jewish capitalists. Notice the same saw last week with the the corpulent,
Yeah.
capitalist with the watch mob. In this case, it has a Star of David on the head.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Stream by day, Joe Rogan Podcast tonight. All day.
The parasite to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme.
Stream by day,
Anti-Semitism.
Joe Rogan
The third
Podcast by
element, which I
night.
think is quite
All
distinct, the Nazi themes, and you see it also in the
Stream
but
by
the
day,
Nazis really
Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All
returns
day.
is prurience. I'm not going to show
Check it out.
It's understood that this kind of
Stream by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. Hey.
element of power of pornography. There's a kind of like can't look away from this artistic. Like when you're driving down the highway, you see an ad. So they capitalize on this very
Kick
much.
those.
One of the most
It's so
horrible, most egregious examples is this terrible publication called Stormtrooper published by one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point. It says leadership more flat. The idea of conspiracy, and it shows the image of these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the neck of the murdered Christian children. And that's the whole idea of it, as we put it and the violence and the sexuality, the rape, abortion, all kinds of things that they see themselves in Nazi propaganda. The idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. A particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. Exacerbated with their anti-Semitic. It should be noted as well that one of the things that perhaps powerful in many of their speeches in particular is the idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by historian and the notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany. Even though says that there is this Jew or that and I appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done. This is the way we are going to go for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image is based from 1920. And I'm very confident that it's actually himself. He was something of an amateur. There are initials. A very primitive book. This is before the National movement even accepted him or into its ranks. But the images portray a new Aryan crazy physical things and behind her is this leering, looming, Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against that enemy. That the Jews had deep struggle provided justification for what many of people justify their behavior.
Yes. I don't know
this is fast. Here's the crazy thing about LA.
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand, one school is the intentionalist school, and the other school is called functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So intentionalism, which is associated particularly with scholars like Gustav Lewis, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as one man's maniacal crusade, a small cadre of conspirators that set effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 war crimes trials shown here. So, in which American prosecutors in particular to try and defend a legal war. Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we small group of these, and essentially the vast population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's this. That's two emerged in the late 1950s, like Christopher Brown, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101, and the Final that allows some participate in this horrific social experiment. Everything changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more, the Holocaust became, you had a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation, and ostracism that grows throughout the interwar period. You have the acceptance of the idea of civilization and then the minor of the idea light on the general ability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, have been substantiated by research and experimental psychology and other disciplines who will come to these issues throughout this course. And this hold on to this idea. Question. So anyway, looking at Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitude. So if we look at his or two, if Alois had never changed his name from Schicklgruber. Would there even have all of if one had to say how Schicklgruber instead of how Hitler, but it's more relevant to alternative history than modern critical study history. He married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. Some year, significantly younger than and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother, and see here from this class photo dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historian to that's the we know that he had a relationship with his father and was rejected. In fact, this would this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism. This place by the Jews who were unfairly allowed also wrote in his famous question choisie. The Jew did not exist
anti-Semite would invent him. So for Saab, a little X over his head, not sure whether he added that himself, but it looked, if you can imagine, it's sort of like adolescent, a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his let us reply. Just a moment's idea of psycho history. Like a school of psychology and the school of history, attempt to try and impose figures in the past, but very difficult years. I've heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, very famous piece of music that policies, and specifically within his administration, meaning I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless his public persona we have here Civil War hero Vienna, Kari Jager, who was famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time his anti-Semitic language that because grandfather is perhaps for example, prove that you have no Jewish blood in your background in the 1920s. So there's a significant number of people claiming to be Germans. And so Hitler power.
Oh my God. You know, you can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just did. You know he likes to fuck. He was a good looking guy, so we found out. Bisexual. Bisexual.
George Washington.
Bisexual. Jackie was bisexual. George Bush Sr. was. Where are you getting this from? The fuck up. Where are you getting this from? You deep dive to all this shit, Joe. I'm telling you, where are you diving? I'm telling you, the Finders, you remember the Finders? JFK bisexual, a viral tweet is reigniting speculation. And he's like, yeah, I mean, they're just horny. He was on speed. He's retired queer history. Being gay, I mean, Obama stuff coming out right now, Bill Clinton. Let's think about that, right? We know that. Like, as far cultures, big part of the reason women boys. They go into the lights. My friend was telling me that there's this one guy on space. He's kind of slow, like mentally slow. Right. The idea of this challenge job. Yeah. These dudes. This was entirely different. This is something that they are dead. I'm implying that he never saw them come out. Story gave you let him sleep. We gotta check out. Let him take his idea about pedophilia is that people that tell about it and cover it because they don't want try.
like way back in the rows, and we started talking, and we're on the same age. I mean, you remember when we were debating whether George Michael, that guy's just gotta be smart. Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings? He's the shyest dude I've seen. They wear the skirt.
So
Yeah, there he is in the front row.
Tremendous sense of self. Era.
But it's always kind of like 1 to 10, right? Conjugates for them.
Europe, which
Here's my whole list of cheerleading for what is the point? It does have an additional visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the it's done well. It's entertaining. Yeah. What's this?
Hey everybody. No. This is almost.
I gave us free will to do whatever you want to. Pick your path.
The Russian Empire.
You're sitting
Right.
so when people
Oh baby, this bitch is over.
that's the story of Washington DC now is because we don't care if somebody's getting
Look, baby. Let me in this bitch.
There was a half of Poland's citizens
that happened in human history. In fact, I know because my friend Shane Smith
The west side.
city
when he was over in
Gang, son.
before everyone
Look at this.
sacrificed them and
What is this bull?
later.
That's a real human being that did that. So we know that this is he didn't invent that. No, I mean, children, you eat the kids.
time term
way the child sacrifice is kind of their damage,
rather
but you're doing it for
some
money.
kind of
You kind of
betrayal
sacrifice
in the heartland.
how does
Typically
superstition killing
Who are these?
many parents should not have surrendered. Should have
on the advice of a son.
victory of a
Drugs are pushed on kids.
brave sitting in the trenches, the characteristic of World War I,
just for
brave
profit.
and is certain not to let them cross the boundary.
You know, look
And
at
in its
child
career,
sacrifice
with
to
storm
voodoo
clouds
or the,
brewing,
the Mayans
I believe
sacrificing the gods.
supporting Jewish there is, by the way, a big feeling in the 1920s literally they were saddled with hyperinflation from people's life savings, their life insurance policies and so on, all just simply disappeared. Areas of German
Means reality can just go a little crazy. Her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids. One for each. That is, that is your program. Then you go to school, and it's been infiltrated by all these cultural monsters, and they're just pushing this thing to get you to use your own country. They establish all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other.
If you're a
And that's
Jewish
all
kid
done
and you're
to
looking
cause,
at, wow, this is what my
maximum
neighbors
chaos,
live
because
with.
people are
That's the
to
level of
manipulate, control what they're
anti-Semitism that
doing.
was Here's another example.
Like this whole thing was started, this started way back.
Libel that occurred in
Because this has always been
you see medieval
been the
drawing
goal. It's called
of
pressure
the
from above,
Spanish
pressure from below.
Here is the
You're
story.
afraid to go on the street.
The right
And you have no faith. it's gonna say. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly, you're just demanding and wanting to clash. January 6th, nation hate that nation. Which again is identity. They brought it. What do you think's gonna happen? I wouldn't doubt it. They'll return it. That's gonna chaos. The streets are gonna be burning.
Yes. Event that also,
That is what they want. Martial law. These judges were completely one-sided. That approach is prior. Now all of a sudden you're angry. Now you want to basically give up your God-given rights. Saying
like the
that's it.
the sense of ethnicity. German Christians
We're like radical communists on
save
Austria. They said
and
that something's going on here. They broke up and they gave tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when no kings has happened in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire because they all found out it was funded by a Walmart. Like that's what always happens. The billionaires run these kind of radical groups to show
ideology of
businesses.
parties.
You know, speaking
less than
about
a year
SNAP,
famous,
the slaughterhouse jobs, like jobs that really wasn't worth the slaughterhouse, like that's vegetables.
shirts is a popular party. There's a leader destroyed by Hitler in 19. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler. It's kind of a quasi power of the Nazi Party pursues a pace in the election May 19, but by September 1930, that is defeat.
It's like I seen that. But that's because I wasn't. I never got. This is the first time I went affected by so many movies where I just see dead people. Much like, for example, it just was like in this parliamentary system, I didn't hear the crazy days on Hollywood where it was still fighting, and there was this weird story inside. There was something laying down there. Again, not affected by it. I don't think it's
Given that
really
opportunity in
amazed.
1933, and
That was
was
so
to a great extent the one being near the level of the communists, and then
I see
through some
like I've been
political
programmed
language
to I've had a lot of people be pretty this. First time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. No, that wasn't my first one, but I do, yeah, that was the first one. This very nice man who was showing us around. He was our kind of our. They found them to kill another human being. So he says, guns coming out and shooting people. It's programming. And that's when way easier to start shooting people. Now you got these videos. We were just talking about that the other day when you see people getting in fights, like in parking lots and shit. It's almost like people think life is a movie. Like you don't really understand what a fight is, like Gary does. And you're in it like you're in a movie. And I wonder how much of that is because people have seen people fight in movies. And they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules and you're just hoping this guy fights worse than you. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably drunk and high. What about having all the women in the movie? You think you're in a fucking movie? What about all the women that now are kicking everybody's ass? I'm flying here, and every movie is a weight model beating the shit out of a fucking 300-pound Russian. Oh, yeah. Every movie is, and then you see videos where girls just go up and start swinging on guys, and I'm like, it was Brian Holtzman's bit they used to do way back about Charlie's Angels. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. That was a great bit. That was a great bit. Oh, Holtzman's the best. It's so nice having him out here. I love him. He's so crazy. I want to get out here. He's the best. But yeah, that's a crazy thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if a woman has like superpowers, but if it's just a regular gal who's 100 pounds, 250-pound Russian dude with a neck as big as my waist. Like, what are we talking about? This is crazy. You're not going to hurt him at all if you hit him. I was watching on a flag over. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible. It's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing, bro. Oh, dude, it just gets cranked up, everybody. And I'm like, listen, you need a cyborg type chick. Right. You're gonna have somebody like Bill. Yeah. No next cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg is like the Will Chillin of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be working people because she's like that well built and she's that skilled. But that's who would be doing it, not like 100-pound women. No, Kayla Harrison. Yeah, she can fuck up some dudes. How was she? She's so fucking strong, man. You fucking people up, I'd be like, oh yeah, it totally makes sense. If I was an X-Men, I'd be like, I'm running. This bitch was so supermodel wave and 8-inch heels. But I wonder if it's because it fits in our it's all nicely tied up in a bow. But there was something about her where you believed it. You're like, that's a bad thing. She can't fuck people up. But she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time. She did it in Alien. Alien is the greatest sci-fi horror. I'll say sci-fi horror. Greatest sci-fi horror. It was amazing of all time. And you didn't even care that it was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up. It was so awesome that no one like big deal. Sigourney Weaver finally awesome. She got credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman or any caveats. Yeah. It was you could do that. House. You think this thing makes sense? It don't make any sense. Like, stop concentrating on little classifications of each individual, whether or not they should be elevated and magnified, gender or sex or color. Everyone stop participating in it. It's dumb. Way you can hold a conversation with people, meritocracy for being a better meritocracy. Everybody's the same. Even playing field in terms of acceptance of what you do in the world. Just do not the best rocks everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't about it, but like when I get a 70 or someone who looked like you can't see me for that. I couldn't give a shit. A lesbian is more comfortable to see someone looking like them. Yeah, what? No, my house is on fire. I'm not going to be comfortable. What are you talking about? You can't carry that. I broke my leg. What do I do? Well, you should have thought about that. Yeah, you're in the wrong place. It's crazy. Like, Apple TV is putting out insanely great programming. But you don't realize how woke it is until you're already capped. Well, what did I just watch? Like, I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name, and it was the black British actor in The Wire. I forget what his name is. Yeah. He's phenomenal, right? He's awesome and everything. But I'm watching this show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stopped hijackers, and you realize it's halfway in. What is the Mark Wahlberg one? That was another, like, some sort of a hijacking type situation, right? What's it called? Flight risk? Flight risk. He's got some darkness behind the eyes. Oh, he plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky he didn't get out of play on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? What do you think, Tristan? Never heads up. I'm just saying. Remember, people just get lucky sometimes. Some people, Seth, who did Family Guy, Seth. Originally scheduled to be on American Airlines Flight 11. Wow. He changed his plans, took a different flight to Toronto, Canada for a film festival instead. Later made comments on it when it fought back against the hijackers who did that on the flight. Not his story, but he would fight back. I mean, shredded.
into like high impact events and how they're that we found luckily was like safely to the ground. Was it singed at all? Yeah. Was it even singed? I was so let's watch. I mean, not to make light of a tragedy. Impact of one of the points you maybe God was looking out for us. Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine being a passport and saying, listen, it's your job. Your job to get the bottom. Yeah, all the other people on board with passports, their passports, for whatever reason, all those like American citizens with passports. Yeah, so we get into it. All those people from other countries that were just here on vacation with their passports. Yeah, those passports didn't make it. Just going to check out New York should be cool. Nope. So let's watch the impact. What happened? Oh, that's what it did. Oh, they're not showing you the impact? But I want to see the real one when it went flying. I know where you see it go bang and then it, see if you can find a video where it flies right into it. So, those four were found. By the way, 26 days on board. Look at this. That one, it flew into the back side of it, so you couldn't see it from that one where it's kind of up like here, and then it goes in, and then it's some weird. Okay, so now we're seeing it from the other side too, but I've seen it from the other way. I've seen the plane actually fly in. Something at that angle, right? Yeah, it's from below. Is that right there? Try to find out. That's it. Look, there's some papers flying right now. Look, boom. That ain't papers, that's glass. There's no way a passport is made through that. First of all, there's nothing left. That's just goo and incineration and fire and jet fuel. And the jets had just taken off, correct? Yeah. And so they had they took off from Boston, which is very close. We're very close. And so they had a lot of gasoline. How the fuck's a passport? How many passports were saved? One was found below the World Trade Center. Two were found in the crash site. That one's like, that's the magic bullet on steroids. That's crazy. And then somehow took off those two, and then two other buildings. And nobody talks about building 5. Okay, here's that village World 1. They shot that out. Doesn't that one seem like they shot that one out? Because that one is weird because the wreckage is spread out for miles. Not like he crashed into the ground, but like he got shot out of the sky and slowly drifted to Earth going 500 miles an hour. His passport. I don't know, is that it? Do you actually have the photo of it? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Come on, where does that Neo's driver's license is dead? Also, like, what would cause a passport that's on fire to not be on fire anymore? Just curious. Why would it stop at his face? Just curious. I mean, once things are on fire and they're made out of paper and plastic, generally, they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn. How does it stop? Well, back to his face. Well, how about all these fires? This is a big debate on tinfoil. Debate
And that's when you get into vibrations, like high, that's that they can do. Everyone thinks it's a direct, that's a big part. Excuse me. Oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. Then the next time was in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol, ever in my life. There was some hop on with a fat rack. He's my bride, he goes, what? So I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from PG. In a row, we have people show up to our show from this company that's behind them. How big we're doing. This is here in Bakersfield. The first show is Bakersfield. That's what, where's their building? Like where PG&E's all over, right? So they were at offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to, right? Like it's what you like when people go, well, why don't we do a show in Bakersfield? Back when I lived in LA, oh shit, so we came out here. Right. But yeah, that's, I would imagine if you're stuck in some total fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super interesting, weird, but it's also we just show. So, including Cardigan, Belridge fire burned 53 acres after a pal, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG identified a broken tie wire, but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2000, right? Caused fires including snow, Marissa, and yeah. So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do on whether your house could catch on fire. Yeah. And fire insurance, stuff like that. She was telling me that everyone on her block, really high rating, except for her meter eye, she goes, no.
What's up, freak? How do you live in little pork chop? What good?
Right. So, what's really interesting about the Sacramento show is
That's fun. So you guys were in here. Figured I'd say hello. So just checking in. All right, I may have to do that. All right, very well. How's Greek freak? You there? You jerk? Yeah, it could be. Hi, little pork chop. I'll let you continue doing what you're doing. I just wanted to come in and say hello. Hope all your investments are doing well. Yeah, little pork chop. I was just saying, I hope all your investments are doing well. You take it easy, okay, my friend? Peace.
1933 and 1907, before Kristallnacht received 140,000 views. Not escape Nazi Germany because of their connections with communities, their economic support saw, and take a risk going to some of them led to closer regions in Europe. That's how we're going to split this up after the Kristallnacht, which marks the interwar period. Here, discussed it. One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November, 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom or Kristallnacht. It was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of. And the term crystal, of course, means a crystal or really broken glass in this context. The night of broken glass refers to the wide-scale and damaging of Jewish-owned stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. So first off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There were also an unknown number of rapes and certainly wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues. Nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of actually the first time that she saw this like silver cigar. Silver cigar. She said, like, going back up. Back and forth in the street before the fire. Grab the frisbee. Suddenly you see something just fly in the air. That is a silver like cigar looking thing. It's very clear. Because that there was a time Bravo and I got way too high. We thought that rods were flying through the air. You got into conspiracies a little later. I'm always begging. This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and that's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying in the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there's a show
just like turn the bedroom super high, so we had camera in the same location, and they did it over like a campfire, so they busted fly around, and everything was campfire. Whatever was going on, like we're bugs were going 200 miles an hour before the sun. We're talking about there's a dog. That dog's gangster. That's a good steak lift. Yeah. Okay, I'm just let him play because you wanted it.
Johannes von Rothschild, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchman made his way to the embassy and to make a
Inability
statement
of the
against
video
Germany
to
for
catch
the
it because it doesn't seem like it. Because the video is catching it.
Incidentally, he would later
I
regret
don't know
this
enough
on a
about
personal level.
high speed
Fast
filming
every Monday.
or about what this is, the slowness and stuff.
But nevertheless, he did it quite consciously to Germany.
You know, where it looks like it almost has like a jet coming out back.
Goebbels, however,
What do you think that's all part?
with a tremendous fervor
What do you
because
think
it
that is, Jim?
represented an opportunity
Right,
to
but what's that
finally
trail
put in
bar? You think
place
that's a bug?
this
Like,
night of rage that
yeah, as it's moving fast, so it's stretched out as a video artifact, just like the rock.
Wide
Yeah, I would
Germany
with the art. It looks like the wings of a bug.
it was
Giant wings.
made
What
as
kind of
it was
bug looks like that?
spontaneous
And what
and
kind of
possible engine of destruction.
I think it's a perspective
The
that
term
I
of
think
Kyle,
the
also known
moves
as the
bugs
vouchers,
were pretty moving fast in the right direction. And that far away little bit up to the air is too little. Right. So they just, once they go a certain distance away, it's like they wouldn't go how far away that is.
night
That is
rage
way
that
far
spread
away,
across
right
the
over
entire
the
country.
camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds,
burning synagogues,
millisecond for a fucking
destroying and desecrating
let's
forest
see it again.
walls, engaging in home invasions,
But let's just not stop it. There it goes.
killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very good time where many Jews fled. The final number is not known, but estimates very reasonable
Maybe there's a
estimates
site
number
type I'm not
of
aware of that moves really fast, though.
6,000 Jews. So
I don't know where
were
that comes
arrested
from. That means
in widespread
like we need
concentration
to
camps.
civil
We'll have a lot more
They
to
were
say
building
about
to win 200 miles
later
an hour.
on
Okay,
in
who's
this
that?
series.
Where to
Simply
1865?
for the fact
Yeah,
that they
they had rafts.
Yes. That
That could go
major
200 miles an hour here. Yes. Who made them? Aircraft. Well, there was a
Nazis argued that the Jews
bunch of like
collectively
scientists in America
that
that were working with the U.S. government.
and
So
they
this
held
predates
the
World War I.
entire
I'm just
capital
telling you, right?
to
Doesn't it?
manually pay
I think it does,
dollars
right? Is it
in
World War, right? Is that
they paid not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked them on their cities, but also it belongs to the entire story of Grinchman. He was caught and arrested.
so?
The Nazis
You're telling
wished
me
to put
that
him
in
on a show trial.
1865,
However,
yeah?
deftly
I'm
maneuvered
telling you, in
past
1869,
that,
they
in
all
fact, the reason
flying
he murdered
crafts
Ballarat
that got,
had
well,
nothing
as
to
long
do
as
with
you've
the
done multiple
Nazi
shows on it,
military,
I'm the
but
truth.
rather
Okay.
it was a matter of a
Where the
letter
fuck
for
did
him.
you hear
He
this?
was engaged in
I
a
had two
relationship
guy
with
Joseph P.
Ballarat,
Farrell was on,
and
and
he
he's like
killed him as
amazing.
a result
And
of
he was breaking down that there were just
the
Joseph
Nazis,
P.
of
Farrell's
course,
area of
were
expertise.
slumlocks thought
In
that by this
history,
argument.
he
They
does a lot
certainly
of
could put
religion,
Grinchman in a show
particularly
trial
because
if
he's
it was
so
pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they all these pictures.
Well, there's
The
drawings. So it took time.
book itself has the title before they first very primitive playground on the ground. And those guys were developed for playing frequently.
Noses
Oh, that's true.
to mimic
Oh, so
Jews,
is it like
and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this tradition.
Yeah, it could be a
Here's
blimp,
an
right? Like when they
example
first
from
started
a
doing blimps.
14th century
That's
church
the whole
wall
point of like
in
Led Zeppelin
Nuremberg
and thinking
that
about
shows
people
something
getting
called a
on blimps, so they
Hellmouth.
like crash
And
that
this is
shit.
a large beast that is
Everyone
kind
thinks
of
I'm
a
crazy. You
representation of
guys think
hell.
I'm nuts. I'm
And
just
all of
telling
these
you,
various sinners
everything's a
see
psyop.
the,
I love it.
the
I want
figure,
to hear
the bearded
more
figure,
psyops. I'd rather
just
go that way than the
second
other way.
from the right.
Nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. Someone should do conspiracy news. Or 10 times better than what you should. I was watching, my girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. Doesn't matter how bad all the other day talking about like demonizing RK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right? No, I don't.
Very good professor, the Jew here, in fact, that is ironically exactly what was first
So she, you want to try one? No, I'm good.
But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry
Just
worldwide
completely told
over
everybody if
the
you get
attack.
that
You can see,
there's a
indeed, for 11.
you know, telling everybody for an mRNA vaccine. That's why she was only
Very kind of like a outward show of Germany, fascinatingly. Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was approval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic content, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. The Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had very
so strongly against other people that weren't doing the right thing.
the persecution of
We
Jews.
did get hoodwinked, and there's still people that are trying to defend it. And, like, stop trying to defend it. The data's out. Didn't stop infection. Didn't stop transmission. That alone could stop almost everybody from taking it. Or a lot of people from taking it.
And second foreign reaction,
They got
the world were
the
actually
They
upset
never did
that there would
studies
be
on whether or
no
not it stopped
real
infection. They just want to see the creative
no matter what
The
happened.
thing is,
This
when you
played
listen to
very
RK
heavily
Jr. talking about it, you're like,
for
yeah,
all
he can't be telling the truth. And then you find out he is. You're like,
the
this is
envelope, as
nuts.
we will
This
discuss
is
in the
nuts.
next class.
Right.
Nevertheless,
Yeah.
thank the
It
whole
was
time,
10 years.
it
It
was
was just
the
the
first
thing
major
that it was
escalation of
that they
attacks
had done
on
it
Jews.
in front of everybody, and everybody agreed to it. And then once they realized they agreed to it, they realized they got duped. They don't want to admit they got duped. Yes. They want to be right, not do right. Yeah. And then there's how many like really nutty, like Marxist, left-wing, lunatic like conferences do I see online where they're all
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing. History enjoy doing the research on this. So let's read the material. I'm going to focus on and we'll just edge over a little bit into the 2nd century. We'll cover the following stuff a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Quito's rebellion. Sometimes it actually happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible for the future of Jewish, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger, and in all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the road occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were doing that. So we're going to look at what exactly the mission is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal so many different cultures.
Closeted dog. So they just fucked. The thing with the Lincoln stuff. Come over here, Bob. No, that's true. That's true. You know, it's probably not that weird for us, but back then it was like excommunications. They're called airships. And then there's this like, so was that supposedly a thing where a person could get in? Oh yeah. So the boats have airbags, weapons, other flying machines here. Okay, so what that looks like is like sails, right? Can you show me that thing again? Look at that, Sam. That's like sails, like a sailboat. But it's even got a base. So do you just jump off the pad? How do you get that bitch off the ground? One of them I had was describing, I think it's this, there was a truck refueling right here, so you have a generator. It was accompanied by a wagon consisting of necessary. Oh my God. See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat 901. That's the episode picture of the craft that they had made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. These aren't even balloons, dude. It's like literally like aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour. That's so
Guards warned us against what's been called the lachrymose beauty, is this kind of indoctrination. Very model for Jewish history. If you want to build Jewish identity, they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are realize them in our own
I nevertheless would like to offer you some which rely heavily on Joseph's relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous year, in the story that he is describing, he corresponds with many of the figures who are written large in this history. So he is a participant of this period of history from a very different perspective, and yet offer quite an enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great early finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who's exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're over there, this is sort of a product placement as well. So, I want to do something fun this summer. For example, the Babata archive, trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babata, and she was hiding out in the Bar Kokhba period and behind a precious group of documents that says so much about the experience of women from perspective. Really quite amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I'm going to get into over the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our hero last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early and its impact on Jewish centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left? And he nominated one of them, Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other two brothers, the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into two. You can see in his color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of those, but the Romans, of course, did not allow to designate the successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. Second son, Herod Antipas, the Galileo on the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took the Gaulan, which is the capital of Judea, with the three divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with his division, and so all three of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever various officials within the amount of shekel.
I love this woman.
That it's mandated in the distributing goods. The shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. So the temple of course, one of the punitive measures, because they say that you still have to contribute the shekel. But it's not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden. But nevertheless, it was a constant flow of cash for the Roman Church. The Roman Church decided to procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would have higher consequences afterwards, and we're actually the real king, and claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies crucifixion, of course, was the favorite. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because which is actually one of the riverboat cruisers. Okay. So the organization of the
Dude, she got rid of a bunch of
living
them.
under someone called a procurator, official leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish quiet kings who are present throughout the first century.
Oh, no.
Procurators were based in Syria. This is the city that specifically for the Romans.
She's so funny.
Amphitheaters and
This woman should have her own fucking movie. And she's beautiful.
It's really a known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who rule there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example, Jerusalem. This is a very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, Roman idolatry, and so on. Procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the Middle Ages with the English spelling, or this was the English spelling in America, and it seems to indicate as the prefect, the prefect has more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this is Pontius Pilate, and in 1961, this stone was Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to substitute him for Barabbas, and when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is, you can see the inserted letters, which are how right out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar. Yes.
so it's interesting. So it really it clearly is an archaeological prove the existence of some unconscious bias, and that for most of the first century were actually remarkably of this bizarre people they ruled in worship and invisible gods. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a refusing to stand. If today we're upset about it, how much more so would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues really had power. It was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refuse to do these things. We refuse to work. One big seven is lazy. Perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception. It was really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavna. We'll come back to Yavna a little later today, but a very important city at the same time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting of about a few statues. I will show them. I want of myself, and I planted in the temple. And the actual borders of stone, and it's carved in the city of Sidon in the north. The Jews, what's the point of this? It's going to make a lot of trouble, and they're really trying very hard. This way, religion is the particular course of action. In the end, Caligula for the icons in Jerusalem, it actually was ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions. If a Jew was called to court in a Roman right on campus, we have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on campus. Okay. So the Romans were so satisfied with perfectly okay, knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and around the sacrifices and later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't have not necessarily with the form of message there, but they were very sensitive in general not to watch an hour at a time, charged for much of the first century. Pretty good about these kinds of things because they were very, very particular with having interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were, for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. But many of this was going to go very rapidly in the 60s. So briefly to the two major client kings of the first century, there's named Agrippas. They're actually narrated. But they're usually referred to simply as Agrippas or even Agrippas. Agrippas was first. This is a coin. Agrippas the first. He ruled in Israel between the years actually of Kuta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Messiah. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum of what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left it says a Greek symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of cleansing, of harvest. So Agrippa character who was frequently in debt, the place borrowing money. And at one point he was so impoverished that he actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism, for its support. Like Pharisaic not appoint a foreigner over the Torah system. Brother, you are our brother. Achenu ata, achenu ata. It's a very beautiful. It was not It was not so stark. We know, for example, that practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, narrow, he loved the rabbis, showed up with Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And he even had coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally forbidden. Jerusalem,
Israel, he had no problem with transgressing. The second, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly he's all on trial because the apostle Agrippa II had of Vespasian and later while the temple was besieged by Titus and killed by the Romans. During banquet. The queen is right next to. I love it. Corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly. Roots of his first Roman Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that in the north, where there are many people who are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy. They coalesced into a group which are Jews from Egypt, who is known simply as the Egyptians. This is happening. All and although the Egyptians may have been the technical term it's a marketplace where there are a lot of people going about their robes, they were stabbed, they wanted to kill, moderates in particular, and when the body they took it over the night, and they would Spain like horror nights. The Romans were time. But then they were very happy to give them back their ransom. Harsh individual named Decius Florus, 17 talent of gold. Not exactly sure what talent is. That was not the term that was used in the 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upgraded, but even worse, they mock by passing around back, asking for collection for a procurator that can be so broke back to the temple for 17 talents. Decius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship. Simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to actually recruit
Yo, dog.
this area,
How you living, pimp? Yo.
At this point, by
Yo, can you hear me? Nolan Lost. How you living? We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
If you're addicted to Instagram, you've probably seen this woman pop up on your feed. This is the Philly Mom, the character known for talking about all things Philly and a series of viral posts. And now she's teaming up with Visit Philadelphia to spotlight the city.
by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the accounts provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I don't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that and one of them is making a wedding, and so he served out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Campbell or invitation. And Bar Campbell says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Campbell, don't kick me out. Wow, all these other dignitaries are here. I'm going to have them bring your children. Because I don't care. He says, "Listen, I'll pass the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me."
Good job, Neil. Throwing class. It's an excellent idea.
The whole wedding. I would have taken him up.
Shout out to Independence.
But he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening. And I'm saying at this point, you should be got there. You should compromise. Let them stay already. Anyways, he goes on, and at that point, he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. But this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman Empire. If we don't take, then the Roman Empire is going to be more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do like in Jewish law, is because it said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the rap of the face. Because the Jews will no longer even Sestius Gallus. He brings down a legion and some associated traffic. But for reasons not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of the Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly, governor of Syria he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack. By the way, a lot of the Jews took from the corpses.
So funny.
Although he has, as he described, a lot of hesitations about the cause. He really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this. I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire region. That's incredible. We have to send back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the government. He will invite his son,
Oh, fuck, this movie is so funny.
And unlike Sestius Gallus, he's very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that
this woman is so funny.
Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley. Important area of attack and to attack Jerusalem, but he mopped the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, the Battle of Yotapata, or Yotapata, which is in the north, where Josephus was active. The Romans think that they
love her.
Inside the fortress of Yotapata, but they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying. They were precious while they are west and hang dripping west. As if to say, we've got so much water, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this.
and in order to convince Vespasian that he sank ultimately, Yorkshire is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else. It's the hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself.
Oh, this is so funny. What the heck? There's such a great speech.
And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his ability to think on his feet, Josephus Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is general, and he says, "Why do you call me emperor?" He says, "Because I have seen that you will one day be emperor." And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero has. It's not Nero at this point. I guess it would be Nero. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tishbite. The rebels in Jerusalem showed phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim on Mount the Jews actually managed to bring them up close to the walls. The Jews tunneled underneath the road, and they put in a lot of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the road, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engine. So amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold on the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, Simon ben Gioria, John ben Iscala, who are with each other. And an incredible, thank God we don't do that. When we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. There's a tremendous strategy and tactics. Without leadership, they turn on each other responsible for the devastation that would follow. Able to break through the walls of the temple in the summer of the year. Some absolute horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the day of the Mount. Of course, is that Messiah. Which reveals that the rebels took that fortress also.
suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to perform something. And yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing anti-Semitism rate. He did some phenomenal work.
I love this
with
movie.
the remains of pigmentation. Which I think I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the forest scroll, or maybe even the glucose, the tablet. Then, of course, you see the menorah of the Romans over the years. They also minted 2 dozen varieties of the region, and on the left you see a Roman who is sort of like a like pose, very, very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more like, for example, here. That's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman Jewish. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews number, even a huge portion of the population. And the Jews flare up in the so-called Titus Rebellion, sometimes called the Titus War, which is about 60 years later. And the first on the Parthian Empire, particularly in this region here, not the heartland, but the Babylonian economy are actually quite loyal.
Oh, this woman is so
and it's actually these widespread small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery. It occurs quite significant amount of discussion, and it does not constitute a war in the larger, more like a, so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin that this rebel, so the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, constructed, as it were, because they argue that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see and this is kind of like their way of Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosim. You know, true or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star, and it was here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees, or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys. But the Jews understood this other possible interpretations of the chronology of Hadrian, other study of exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very, very well in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. About 132 to 135, where those who were literally living in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective, as raised by the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the horrors, because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This to the cave of letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babaka archive. I got to take a minute to tell you about this. In these
strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babatha, who had kept with her. And so reading these documents, you know, we just on the surface, so far, you see it's all in boilerplate legal text. There are phenomenal things in scholarship still pouring over the archive to learn at a horrible massacre at Beitar on our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture. A lot of political history, a certain amount but I have skipped over a lot of the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege. Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the plan to have himself appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealot, they proposed even stabbing, managed to he never got out of the city. He went up to Vespasian, and this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud. I won't go into details. But essentially, Vespasian, we have a little suburb close to the ocean where they drafted, and in so doing, makes the next 2,000 years to this body, it's a head, and in that place they seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things. Is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest, not just, but it's like marriage, divorce, and things like that. And then as the yeshiva goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died, the blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last two sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mitzvah and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document
document that suddenly made, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. These last three lectures are a steady since the Maccabean areas and other cities. We wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, Persia, and the Talmud on Wednesdays. Benjamin Netanyahu pushes back against the walk around the Temple Mount. Plus, as it beefs up its military. Hello and welcome to this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. I'm Chris Mitchell. Last week, the United Nations Security Council took session following the visit of a prominent minister, Benjamin Netanyahu's new government, to the Temple Mount. Wednesday, the emergency meeting was another attempt to put the on Israel for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Incoming national that it's absolutely critical for all sides to refrain from provocative actions and rhetoric at the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount. Spoken word. Session today, the session on a non-event. When Danny Shannon serves at the UN and CBN News, how the authority behind the emergency meeting. It was a pleasure under the message of the council to call for a meeting. So we come live, you know,
part is severe maintain his visit, did not violate the status quo. Change. That's where Israeli police prevent anyone other than Muslims from praying on the Temple Mount for fear of disturbances. Well, the Al-Aqsa Mosque on Jerusalem's Temple Mount is one of Islam's holiest sites, and is shown from the international dishonest tactic aimed at undermining not only Israel, but Judeo-Christian values as well. One of undermining its foundation. It collapsed. Now they also say it's a threat even for Jews to pray on the sacred plateau and to destroy and those facts creation. You know, Adam, when he descended from the heaven, he came here and he was praying. We're all feeling in Al-Aqsa. Today, the entire road to Al-Aqsa is in danger. Why? He says when Muslim leaders want to unite the masses, they claim it's in danger. The match that ignites the people. Mark Guy says it was once in an attempt to rewrite history. Says the Ryan gives there were many sovereigns that have the language were not taught archaeological culture. But the contrary, for destroying the logic of Jerusalem tied to Amin al-Husseini in the 1930s. He accused the Jews of wanting to collapse the mosque on the Temple Mount. That led to Muslim rights. And just the first of many incidents. Says the tactic hasn't lost its potency. We believe in what they do. In 1969, the Muslim world blamed Israel for the arson attack on the Al-Aqsa Mosque visiting Australian Christians. That's used today. More trouble in 1996. The worst Israeli-Palestinian violence in Muslims in Jerusalem, what they think. The future. Up next is Relive the battle for Jerusalem in the Six-Day War. Jerusalem is yours forever. Discover how Israeli volunteers are changing the world.
What people need that.
Explore the world of Israeli technology. Plan, but is that the real story? DVD collection can be yours. Get to $29.99 or more. Call now or go online to get your Israel DVD test. Download the CBN News app, 24/7 news from a Christian perspective at home or on the road. One place for all of your news. Breaking news alerts. Pray for news stories. Read the most important news and find out how you can stand beside Israel. Jewish military buildups in the country considered a security threat to the United States. Now its sights are set on the military threat. The communist regime has that story.
The Chinese Communist Party is conducting the largest military undertaking in the United States, and includes some significant findings. In 2021, Beijing tested 135 ballistic missiles, more than the rest of the world combined. Their nuclear stockpile sits at around 400 warheads, but is expected to build new military bases around the world.
Beijing is sprinting to build the capability to carry out their words. They're matching actions with words. That's, to me, the bottom line.
Bradley Bowman, the senior director of the Center on Military and Political Power at Freedom for Defense of Democracy, says China is clearly preparing to take Taiwan, even if it means a direct military conflict with the U.S. He believes how competition.
If you don't like what you're seeing in Xinjiang, with what I would call crime against humanity, and some of call if you don't like what you've seen in Hong Kong,
dialogue with the U.S. Right to sound the alarm.
You don't know exactly what's going on. It forces the Pentagon on to coming up. Human rights activists raise alarm about religious persecution around the world. The Simon Wiesenthal said with the city of Jerusalem.
This was amazing. Because clothes that I don't think about.
Astonishing discoveries made today. The jaw-dropping moment of Bible archaeology is much more than a thrill. This is actual history that took place here on the site where we stand now. Confirm the kings and prophets of the Bible that left real evidence of their right time, the right place, with the right people.
And one of the most significant recent history.
Exactly as the Bible says the proof is a kite. They stole kings and prophets. We have the dilemma. The Old Testament is a reliable or go to see it. We're committed to Christian leadership is changing the world. It's higher learning.
It's great insight into scripture. Be encouraged by inspired teaching.
Everyone listens.
Everyone.
You can do so.
Learn more about what God has for you. The lesson on tvandfamily.com.
You may not be surprised to hear that religious persecution is on the rise around the world. Rabbi Abraham Cooper from the Simon Wiesenthal Center has battled anti-Semitism for decades. Village correspondent Judy spoke with Rabbi Cooper about his expanded role working with a U.S. agency, taking on persecution of other religious minorities.
Rabbi Cooper, thank you for joining us. We know you're from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and now you also, in addition to that, have taken on another task. Can you tell us what that is?
USERF is the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. It's mandated by Congress. The mission actually is the, if you will, internal critic of American policies and push for more compliance and more changes among the 27 countries that we look at in the area of religious freedom. And we're now at 2,000 prisoners and conscience around the world. It means people who are paying a heavy price for their being faithful. Christians, Muslims, Hindus, and others. We look at about 27 countries. And sometimes around the world in conflicts, just now figure out about Nigeria, but it's a long list, and I consider it to be a U-turn
difficult progress in the book. Understand created false expectations of religious freedom because they essentially co-opt all freedom. They say, oh, no, means to China. Where if you want to be a Christian leader, basically, you better sign on. We don't knock it, just put you away. When you think about it, religious is the right to pray to God, to believe. That's religious there. Stone altar from the time of Abraham and Melchizedek.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy we are together. One of my most favorite times of the year, Thanksgiving Day.
Gizmos have so much to be thankful for.
We have resources and the Holy Spirit. Those are wonderful things to thank God for. Always be thankful to God for the things and the people in your life.
Join CBN Animation Club and get the great Thanksgiving turkey test. Plus 2 copies to share with others.
President Abraham Lincoln declared a national day of Thanksgiving.
Enjoy a rich southern blend of bluegrass, classic gospel, and southern gospel favorites like the Gamers, the Kraft Family, and bluegrass sounds like Mountain Faith. So
Introducing a brand new way to start your morning. Get your daily discover how God is moving around the world. And hear it home. Plus exclusive stories and daily scripture. .news and subscribe today.
In Jerusalem, an Israeli archaeologist discovered the remains of an altar dating back to, he believes, it dates from around the head to high priest that killed Melchizedek. Take a look. Archaeologist Eli Shukron has spent much of his life looking for Bible history in the city of David. He showed us an area 1,000 years and includes everything necessary for the animal. This one what we have the platform. On that platform, it was an altar and the channel news an exclusive look at what he feels is one of the most important discoveries. with. This is a pillar. Sukron says that that is the key pillar that the small animals, sugar pie. This one is the of God. This one One says the combination of blessed be God Most High, who has delivered. Bless Abraham with bread and wine. And Abraham gave him a tithe. Why Abraham gave him a tithe? A tradition and way of life that continues 4,000 years later. What are you going to do? The Jewish blessing the bread and wine. Different way. Blessing the bread and wine. And we but all that. This area was closed to make room for Moriah, the temple that Solomon built at Mount Moriah. Shukran sees this area as creating the temples of Solomon and Herod on the temple. Before we go, we want to honor a day of 88 on Sunday, January. For 3 decades, California, a group 1990 author. He also composed some 500 hymns and choruses. Served as chancellor of the King's University, a seminary he founded in 1997. Bacon was a leading Christian Zionist and the Jewish people. So church's ministry in this time is to become embracing of Israel. First and foremost, praying for the peace of Jerusalem, which is not simply Jerusalem, or praying, Lord, come again so there can be peace in Jerusalem. It's praying for the health of the situation there. It's praying for the betterment of people there. It's praying for the resolution of situations of confusion. We also talk frequently about Israel's role in world events, as foretold in biblical prophecy. But in our present era, the gathering of the nations against Israel, the Bible says all nations will come against them. That scenario is so frightfully incredible right now. And it's clear that that precipitates an explosion globally that, at the very least, will have a dramatic intervention of God to defend Israel. A post on the King's University Facebook page says Pastor Jack Hafer plan for his memorial will be announced soon. We at CBN have many music to encourage and bless the body of Christ. To you, Pastor Hafer many times, and I was impressed with his grace and his character. Well, that's all for this edition of Jerusalem Day Live. Thank you for joining us. Instagram and YouTube. That's CBN content. Trust CBN News and other CBN apps. Don't forget to sign up for our email blast so you can continue with all of our exciting CBN content.
News today. Jesus, and the Bible tells us in Luke chapter 4 that Jesus taught in synagogues all over Galilee. These are the ancient synagogues in the town of Magdala, close to the Sea of Galilee. Notice the columns and the steps seating around the outside. If you were sitting in a synagogue, you would sit on these seats around the outside. The benches or pews like to sit in worship on Sunday. See the beautiful tile work on the floor? Synagogues are beautiful places. This synagogue in Magdala was discovered in 2009. A boy founded the synagogue while they were digging dates back to the time of Jesus. So these ruins are over 2,000 years old. You're looking at one of only a few synagogues from the first century that have been discovered. Now, let's go down the road and visit another synagogue in Nazareth.
Oh my fucking word. Lady. Olivia E. Herman. You are so fucking funny, woman. You should be on Saturday Night Live or something. You are so fucking funny.
Now you can see the walls and columns. Remember that step seating?
Oh man, you're hot. Funny chicks are so fucking hot. Oh, is she so fucking funny? That is so fucking funny. I'm like crying. I'm laughing so hard. Oh, what is this bullshit?
After he finished, rolled it up and gave it to someone to put away.
Dog, what is this bullshit? They're talking about that bullshit.
Coming up on Jerusalem Dateline, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushes
So
back.
the only Dateline I want is the one where they fucking blame the fucking husband. Anyway, dog.
Thank you very much for coming.
What is this bullshit? They were talking about that fucking shit.
Have the same
Stupid
kind of
ass.
passion for learning
Boards.
Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoyed as much as I enjoyed doing the research on this. So let's go straight to.
Oh man, is that woman funny as fuck? She's hot.
First century of
She,
Jewish
you
history
get it?
in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the
That
first
bitch
century
is
of
so
the first
funny.
millennium, right?
Did you see this athleticism?
And we'll just edge over a little
That
bit.
was that
into,
woman.
we'll cover the
Olivia
following
E.
events
Herman.
in this lightning
It's so
tour
funny.
of Jewish history. We're going to look at
There's
the first Roman
that-
Jewish War.
There's that chick and that Kardashian bitch. They are so fucking. They are so fucking funny.
We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War.
They are so. I haven't watched that woman in like a year. Oh, it was worth it. Oh, she is so funny. That bitch has me fucking screaming.
Which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history.
She is so funny.
Share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival.
Oh, you're so sick of me hearing men talk about women's basketball? Well, go pound sand, you stupid bitch.
Positive side of the ledger.
Why? Because I like talking about women's basketball.
The Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall. Tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn.
Oh, that woman is so fucking
powers,
funny.
but nevertheless, we were defeated competed in each one of those
So
battles.
fucking
But the
funny.
one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how
that woman
it provided for Jewish survival
tears to my eyes. She's so funny.
Centuries and in fact millennia.
And the
I would
editing.
like you to bear in mind
Oh, Mary, it's just the best.
Historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is
that shit is so fucking funny. It is off the chain. That woman is so fucking funny.
Towering intellect with multiple languages.
That shit is so funny. I generally only hear bad things about Philadelphia because of its fans, but that woman makes the city sound fucking amazing. I love her. She is so funny.
And it is written in English.
That bitch is so fucking funny.
And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose
There needs to be a New York version of that.
The tearful vision
I
of
could
Jewish
do it.
history. The lachrymose view of Jewish
Oh
history is
my
this
god!
kind of,
All right, are you done?
It's very common in day
Are you,
schools.
oh my,
It's
in
great
a
kind of
Chicago
model for
version
Jewish
of it,
history if you want to build
and an
Jewish
LA
identity
version of it.
where
That woman should
Jews
just.
are oppressed over and over again, and
Oh
that
my
nevertheless
god!
they manage not only to survive but to
Oh
thrive.
my
and they,
god!
have a heroic
That shit
kind
is
of
so
renaissance
fucking funny.
despite the most awful suffering. There is
Dog,
remarkably a lot of truth
that
to
shit
that
is
vision of Jewish
so
history, which
fucking
other scholars have
funny.
called the books and pogroms and books view of
That
Jewish
shit
history,
is so
where
funny. I
Jews are
could shit
creating these
myself.
tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly
That
clearly
is the
in today's
funniest
lecture.
fucking thing.
But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see
And that bitch
the
is
other end
attractive.
of the story.
She's hilarious. I
not
feel
even
like
in
I
our
know
own
her whole
lifetime.
fucking
And there are
family.
times when the achievements are so
There's-
phenomenal that we
and
don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I
there's-
nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the
something
model
else,
that
and
we will be
little
using
Joey,
to theoretically
and there's
understand the
Ron.
truth. Let's look at our sources quick before we get to the actual history.
Oh
We're going to,
my
of course,
god!
rely heavily on Josephus. We met
That
him
shit
last
is so
week,
fucking funny.
with the Testimonium Flaviana
Olivia E.
and
Herman,
problematic
you are
relationship to the period. We're going to see that
so
problematic
fucking funny.
actually occur here because whereas
I don't
in
know
the
how I
previous
found you.
period, Josephus
I don't
was a
ever look for
chronicler.
anything
He was
online.
working
There are
with
two
sources.
things
He was
I think are
archiving
funny on
documents.
Instagram.
Now
That
he's
bitch
actually a
and that other
first-person
bitch who's
player
like a
in the
Kardashian.
story that he is
Those two
describing,
bitches are funny as
and he
fuck.
corresponds with many
Everything
of
else on
the
Instagram
figures who
sucks.
are writ large in
Everything.
history. So he is
It
a
all sucks.
participant observer
Everything
in the
sucks.
history that we'll be studying today.
Everything
We will
sucks.
also be relying
Kids, if
on
you ever learn
historians
anything from
like Dio
everybody's
Cassius,
favorite rabbi,
church
it's
historians who
everything
look at
sucks.
this period of history perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective material that we study.
But that
And
woman
we will
is
be
funny
relying
as
on the
fuck.
Talmud, which, although it is not
That
very
is the
reliable
funniest
source
shit.
for history, as we've said before,
I
because
feel like I
it's
know
not
that
trying
woman.
to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal,
Have you ever been to
theological
Philadelphia?
concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud, some of the passages in Jewish
Maybe
faith.
close.
We'll also be looking at some great
Like
archaeological
maybe
finds.
I've not been
Most
to
notably
the
amazing
city
find
proper.
children here who's exploring
Maybe 3
some of
times.
the Bar Kokhba, which are now open
I've been to
to
places.
select groups to as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous.
I've been to Philadelphia.
If you ever
Maybe like in the general
sort of
vicinity.
place wearing a cap, I
Oh
got
man, that's
coaches
fucking
that
funny.
do something fun.
That shit is so fucking. Oh, that woman is so fucking funny.
One of the
Olivia,
documents we get from the
she is
or the
Make
find
this thing
of the most
funny.
precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous
So funny.
during the
Oh
Bar
man,
period,
dude.
and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about.
They should have like more Saturday Night Lives. That woman is. I didn't even know if anybody, everyone unsubbed. Oh, you're really hurting me. It's like telling a block of Swiss cheese to get their hole. It's like, okay, whatever. Wake up. Is that's what you're, that's supposed to hurt me? Dog. And she brings tears to my eyes. It's so fucking funny. I love her. Like, I don't ever watch shit and just say, like, I love it. I hate everything. But that woman is funny as fuck. Oh man, I could watch shit. I could watch a whole. I could watch a lot on that. That shit makes me cry. That shit. Face blue smiling, face blue smiling, face blue smiling. I don't know what any of that means, dog. Everybody unsub. Okay. It's like putting another hole in the Titanic. It's like